Hello, gamers. What's going on? Welcome in. Oh yeah, I see that you did a 30 stream streak. Let's go, Sheik. Congrats. Yeah, how's everybody doing? Let's see, also Abra. Yeah, playtesting special 2 in 1. Yeah, it's crazy. Figured I might as well just do both at the same time. So, but yeah. Should be fun. I think lured in is gonna be really like quick. I think really the main thing I just gotta work on is just like getting all the fishing mechanics done and stuff, but then that's pretty much it. And then it's just a matter of adding more content, more upgrades and stuff. Deadlift is gonna be a little bit more of a monstrous project to work on. There's a lot more that I have to do with that, but should be fun though. Yeah, I'm really excited to get people actually testing stuff out because I think it's very important. I need to know like what people actually think about stuff. So, got a lot of presents. Yeah, I did get plenty of epic goodies, so it's pretty cool. Yeah, I hope everybody had a good Christmas or a happy Kwanzaa, right? That's the next one. But yeah. Anyways, so today I want to fix a bug with Starground. I don't know if I'll be able to get it fixed or not. It's one of those extremely frustrating weird bugs, unfortunately. But we're gonna try. Basically, what's happening is, sometimes the game just crashes, which is really cool. So, we have to figure out what's going on with that. Xanathal's been very helpful, sending me like logs and stuff. It does seem to be something with the Tesla coils. So, I just got 17 notifications I went live. What? That's from like Twitch? That's not right. But I think we're all good. I don't know. Welcome in. How was your Christmas? Alright, so we're gonna download this save. I am going to open Starground. And let's hopefully try and figure out what's going on with this bug. Might have already downloaded it. It's called 9 of 9. Which I guess it's the final time Xanathal will ever play Starground. Yeah, I hope this is just like an easy fix. It's probably not going to be. Anything related to the Tesla coils is complicated and weird, so let's see. Alexa, fan on. Alright. Do I have 9 of 9? Nope. Let's drag it in. Nine of 9. So apparently there's a very specific Tesla coil that causes... Oops, leaked all the dams. It's fine. That causes the crash. We're gonna see if we can replicate it. A little vacation to Florida, visit my parents. Yeah. Nice. That sounds fun though. Yeah, no worry about catching the streams. Don't worry about it. Yeah, I hope you have fun with that though. That sounds really cool. It's gotta be weird, like, being somewhere where it's freezing cold and then going to somewhere like Florida. Just the contrast between those two is wild, I bet. Wow, this save is crazy, I didn't realize. Alright, so we're gonna go to Tyria. Apparently there's a very specific coil. Let's go. No. Tesla coil next to the asteroid collector, supposedly. So breaking this Tesla coil apparently causes issues. And unfortunately, it didn't happen for me. Yeah. This is gonna be an annoying bug to solve, isn't it? Unless there's another asteroid collector, but I'm pretty sure that's the only one. Okay. So... it's gonna be tricky. How are we gonna figure this one out? And we can look at the logs here. Let me download those. Second here. Okay. So, I mean, this isn't really anything. This is just quitting the game right here. So that one's nothing. Let's test this one. This is not a big deal. It's saying there's a couple buildings not found, but that shouldn't cause a crash. Let's check this log. Smart canvas, item leaking, resetting game. Hopefully this is the log. Huh. I mean, these aren't really anything. I know there was a log in here where it did happen. I have to find it. Okay, yeah, there is one here. For April Fools, I should make the underwater planet in SpongeBob. That'd be crazy. Maybe. Get you like the ruins is like SpongeBob's house and stuff. Alright, so here is the bug. Error calling deferred method, add network node, cannot convert argument 1 from object into object. I love when that happens, guys. So we're gonna go into the Tesla coil script. So it's doing add network node right here, and I'm statically typing it as object. I'm just gonna not type it anymore. So if new network instance is valid, new network, and add it as a child. Should work. Alright, we're just gonna keep doing weird stuff in an attempt to replicate the issue. So let's create a new flat world. Like so. Enable cheats, go into creative mode. And we're just gonna try doing some weird stuff with Tesla coils. I did sometimes I successfully had these things work, where I just had to go crazy, place like 1,000,000 coils, and then occasionally when I would break these randomly, it would like do the weird connection stuff. But I'm pretty sure that I already fixed that bug, so like I don't really know what's causing it in this case. The only scenario I could think of this happening is like if we have like a loop right? Then we have this connected. Breaking this is going to initiate 2 network rebuilds, but they're already connected to each other. So I'm curious to see like what this does to the buildings and stuff, right? Like, let's place down some crafters. So if I break this, like, they still have energy normally, right? Get some iron ingots in here. Actually, let's do a better building that's always active so I can test this better. Let's do the atmosphere collector. Atmosphere collector. Let's collect oxygen, right? Yeah. Okay, that's just disconnecting that. Yeah, I mean, I can't seem to replicate it, so it's really weird. But apparently there's been some issues where... Let's read it again. Weird anomalies with the power system. Sometimes when I remove a redundant Tesla tower, building in that tower's range will lose power, even though it's in range of another tower. So my guess of what's happening here is we have just a random tower here with a building assigned to that. And then we have another Tesla coil in range of that building. So when we break this one, it loses power. Oh yeah, it does. Okay, so that's a much easier bug to fix, I think. We just have to make sure that this building gets its, like, network recalculated. Or that this checks again for that building that was just disconnected. Interesting. Interesting. But hopefully this is an easy bug to fix. I'm hoping. So, what do we need to do in order to get this working? So let's figure out what's happening here. So we place down a Tesla coil, boom. What does that Tesla coil do initially? It's going to say go through ready. It's going to run recalculate checks, and that's going to do all the stuff. It's going to check. It's going to do a building check. So this is going to make sure, is it a building that I can connect to, and blah, blah, it does, and everything's good. So then if I place another one, that Tesla coil does run this, but it fails because it's already connected. Right, because right here, it already has a valid power coil. So when I break this one, this is what I need to figure out now. It's because it's not connected to that other network, so it doesn't initiate like a recalculation of the buildings. That's the thing. So right here, disconnect from grid. It's just gonna set that machine to null, but it doesn't actually tell all the other ones. Right, like right here, check new building. So what I need to do, I think, when this happens, I'm gonna say get tree dot call group Tesla coil check new building. Okay, that has method as a string name. And I'm gonna pass in machine there. So I'm curious to see if this fixes the issue. Let's find out. That seems to. So this has power, right? Oh, that's really weird. It should have power, but it just isn't crafting. Doesn't make any sense. Distance check, if not power coil. Which we set to null right there, so it should be okay. Maybe we need to call this after this building or this coil is already gone. like down here. So I think I'm gonna say on tree exited. But I guess I just want this to work regardless. Okay, so how do I want to do this? So we say delete old network, which deletes our power network. Then we call this one. I think what we need to say is if power network then return. So if we don't have a valid power network, it just immediately it just returns. And I think what's happening is it's just connecting back to the same coil. But we're about to find out. Okay, so I gotta break that one. That guy there, crafter. He's good, he's crafting away. He's got no power, but then I place that one and then break that one. Still shows that he's out of power. And it's weird, it's like he still has a connected power network, which is very strange. I'm just gonna do some improved checks here. Before we do the distance check, let's just do this. Okay. Yeah, I'm just trying to figure out what's going on here. Because we have this guy. Place it. Put this one over here and then break it. It's weird because it doesn't show that it's disconnected, right? It's so odd. Should be calling check new building with machine. I don't know, maybe I just need to check at any given moment if we have that as invalid. It runs a thing. So let's go into buildable. And we can do like a set function on power coil. And then we say if value is like null, so it's deleting it, then we call that. Self. Otherwise, just say value is equal to value. Yeah, let's try this. Don't know if this is gonna work, but I'm curious to see what happens here. All right, so let's try this again. We have that, boom. Now we put this guy over here and then break it. So I don't think it called it. Man, this is a tricky one. And that's what's happening here, is that it's not running disconnect from grid. No, but it does. Right here. So it is calling disconnect from grid. So we set power coil to null, all that stuff. We delete the old network before anything. Maybe what I do is I call Q free on that and then say power network is equal to null, so I immediately have that feedback of like, no, the network is not there anymore. Maybe that'll work. Watch me like accidentally create some horrific bug. Hey, Satellix, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome in. Nice. Happy Christ Day. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Yeah, I hope everybody had some good holidays. Yeah, what's going on? What were you up to today on your stream? It's still disconnected. Yeah, we're just trying to fix some weird bugs right now. With Starground. It's a very strange issue. It's like, it's a very specific case that it happens, but if you place a coil, put a building on that one, place another coil in the range of that building, and then break the original coil, it doesn't automatically reconnect to this coil, even though it's in its range. So we're just trying to figure out what's going on with that. Hopefully we can get it all worked out. Not much. Back working on the game dev, been breaking things up into little assemblies so they're reusable in other projects. Oh, nice. That's awesome. Yeah, I really love doing that. I need to do that more because it's really nice to be able to just have this like module that you can just pop into whatever you want. I think some things that's great to do that with is stuff like options menus and stuff. Just things that you're always going to need for any game. It makes it really easy. I know Adagon does a lot of that, like creating like tools and stuff for things. So I do need to do that more often. I think it would be nice just to have like a standard library I use and like all the games like Starground, Deadlift, and everything. So, but yeah. Yeah, and also bug hunting. Nice. I gotta love little issues like that. Yeah, it's a weird bug. I don't know. I gotta figure out like when I break this, this building should be saying, "Hey, I have no coil anymore. Can somebody else become my coil?" But it just doesn't seem to be like actually working. I mean, I can print in here. It should be printing like a billion times for every coil. Let me see. And then boom, it's not even running the function. So that's our issue here, I suppose. Which is strange. Check new building. Should be working. Yeah, that's my goal, man. Standard library for old endeavors. Yeah, I think that's a really good idea. Oh, I said val is equal to val. That's probably my issue. Let's try this again. Okay. So if I place that, boom, break it. No, it still doesn't fix my issue. I might have to restart the game for these to take effect, but we'll see. And they should be calling down in here. Check new building. Right here. I'm running it in the exact same way. Should be fine. Let's try restarting the game and see if that works. Yeah, stuff like this almost always ends up being a whoops, I forgot to call the method issue. Yeah. It usually is. It's always something so stupid. Sure, I can get it figured out. My hope is as long as my games are actually fun to play, they'll have a consistent vibe about them. Yeah, from having the same core mechanisms. Yeah. And one thing that's always really nice about that, of course, you know, reusable code, is that if you fix an issue or improve it in one project, then all of the projects benefit, you know? So, yeah, it's always nice. The only thing I imagine that could be tricky with that is like, I could see making changes to it could be potentially dangerous, you know? You might accidentally break something in one of the other games, but I think it's probably still a worthwhile risk, though. Okay, so this crafter's connected up to this coil, right? If I place this one in range and I break it, it looks like it did call the functions, right? Which is strange, because it's not... What? Okay, it is connected. So this crafter seems to be connected to power over here. But it's just the icons not being displayed properly, so that's probably the only issue here. And I think I actually know why that's happening. It's because of the way that we set all this stuff in here. So down in here where we delete this stuff, before I set power coil to null, I'm gonna do that after I run these two functions, because I think what's happening is that it sets it to null, and on that frame, since we're using a set function, it immediately like connects to the other coil, and then it's done, and so it sets it to true, and then immediately sets it back to disconnected state. So I think it's just a visual bug. If I fix that, hopefully everything will work now. So let's see what happens. Crafter connected, no power, good. Place another one in range, break this one. Oh, I think it actually is fine. I just don't have power over here. Look at that. So I think we might be good. Let's run one more test. I just want to see what happens to all these little icons and stuff here. So place that in there. You can see it's low power mode. Then if I break it, it stops low power mode and is connected to the new network now. Okay, I think that's just a little more reliable that way. It's definitely an issue, but if things are structured well, you're never creating too large a ripple with any change. Yeah, I think it really just comes down to the way that it's all designed and stuff. But yeah, still definitely something I would love to do. I want to just like sit down and like, because I mean, I'm already kind of doing that same thing where like I'm using all the same systems and all these different games I'm working on. Like just for example, Lured In. Right, I'm using this save user data is the exact same function as in Starground, and same with load user data. So yeah, I just need to like, I don't know, genericize all of these functions so that it's not using like specific data values to each game, and just expose some methods for adding in my own kinds of settings, and then I think we're good to go. There's actually something that I did in here in one of these games, I think it was in Deadlift, where the way that I actually save the user settings, and I think it's a better way to do it, is I just have a dictionary called settings, right? Like this. And I go through here and I define all of the defaults. And then when I save and load that data, literally all I have to do is just save the dictionary and load the dictionary. So there's not anything like game specific with these functions anymore, you know? So I think it's a good way to do it. And I like having it like this anyways, because then I don't have to, every time I add a new setting, I don't have to go through both of these and add it. I can just add a thing in here and it's just there and it's going to save. Then whenever I'm accessing those things from the game, I can just say .get. So if a setting is not defined in here or something, well, I guess I don't have to worry about that as long as I always define it in here. So, but yeah, anyways, I think I might use that system and replace the way Starground does it. I'll have to do some user data conversion because people already use the old way of saving, but actually I don't think it should be too bad because it's essentially the same thing. But anyways, yeah, that's what I'm trying to catch myself in. Anytime I repeat logic, I genericize and make it portable. Yeah. I think it's a really good idea. Like, of course, there's a little bit more initial time spent, but I think in the long run, you're going to end up saving a lot of time just having all the systems ready to go, especially for future games. Be an issue if your games are very different. Yeah, like just like said, I think the secret to that is just make sure that they're very like generic functions that can basically work for anything. So like I was just mentioning with the save and load data, like instead of putting in specific values that need to be saved, just make it just like so you can define your own and then just make these two functions completely generic so that it works with any kind of, you know, save data. Just stuff like that. I do have a lot of other helper functions and stuff I also always use. Sign range is one of those. I've also been doing some improvements to the way I load in tables in deadlift. It's much better now. Before I used to do where I would load it and then set the variable. It's stupid, but now what I do inside of here, I can just immediately grab the data on these because I have our merging function set to on the initiate function, so it just immediately does all the stuff it needs to do right here. So it's just a much cleaner way of doing it. This is one of the great things about working on other projects is I keep learning new things and better ways to do the same stuff. So I'm excited to take a lot of these like upgrades from working on deadlift and Lurden over back to Starground, because I think it'll be pretty nice. It's not going to be like a major drastic change or anything, but it's just kind of, why not? It'll make programming easier. That's the main thing, really. Yeah, modularity is key. Saves so much time for prototyping the next games. Yes, that is very true. Anyways, I guess this bug is fixed. The only thing I worry about is just potentially, like, I don't know, it breaking and not working, you know? I'm just trying to think if there's a scenario where this is gonna, like, also it could potentially, like, cause a lot of lag, right? So I'm trying to think of if there's any reason this would be bad to do it this way, you know? I mean, I didn't really change any code in here, just minor stuff. I can get rid of print there now. And this stuff is just better now. It's having these early returns. So I mean, we're probably okay. So all this is doing is instead of set, whenever this value is directly set to null, that's where it calls this function. Which I might turn that into its own function now since I use that chunk of code elsewhere. Possibly. Where is it? Somewhere in here. Oh, it's just right here. I'll leave that there. So where, I guess the next thing is, what are the cases where these are set to null for the power coil? I think the only time that ever happens is just inside of here. So let's say that we've refreshed our network. That's something that I want to make sure works. Like if I already have pre-existing buildings connected up to this and I break a coil, that's not going to cause issues, right? Doesn't seem to. So I think we're probably okay. But let's do a check in here. What that kind of means is that I don't ever have to do a force coil check, ever. Only on the very first time that I place down a Tesla coil. So maybe that's actually a better way to do it. Because I think doing, I mean, I'm not sure if this is more performant or not. It's hard to say. If I had like 1 billion Tesla coils, then maybe it wouldn't be. Like, let's just try that. If I place down like 1,000 coils over here and make the nastiest network of all time. And then connect it up over here. How is performance gonna run? There's really minimal impact, I'm surprised. You'd think there'd be a massive stutter breaking a coil on a network this crazy, but it's not really that slow. So I guess it's fine. I mean, there's probably saves with even bigger networks, but I think it's okay. So where in here do I set it to null? I just want to go double check on that. Every building has like a variable denoting what coil is connected to it, so that's what I set to null in here. So that one's fine. So this is the second step. It's gonna, this is just doing all the coil stuff. And force coil check. That's checking other coils to connect to. Now, forced building check. Where do those even happen? Recalculate checks. So that happens at ready and also whenever we've gone underwater. Okay, so that basically never happens. The thing that does happen here is when we delete a coil, we say disconnect from grid. So we delete the old previous network node. We remove all of our machines. And then here, we remove our connections. And then right here for each one, we say power network changed. And okay, we do run force building check. Yeah. So I have an inkling that I could just not run that function anymore. I want to see if this works. It probably will destroy everything, but let's see. Yeah. They don't care. So that'll probably save a little bit of performance, I imagine. Maybe not. That seemed to be kind of bad for performance. Breaking these do incur a little bit of overhead. But only in very specific cases. I don't know. When you're just stationary mining, it doesn't seem too bad. I just wonder what's more performant, right? Is it better to run the forced building check? Because I almost feel like that might actually be a little bit better. See, the other way this works is when a building loses its host tower. So let's put a tower over here, connect a building. And when I break this tower, this building is now going to send out a message to every coil, right? It's going to announce we have to run a function in every single coil, right? So it's going to say, hey, I need a new coil. So that's probably not the best for performance when you have a lot of coils like this, because it's going to be running, you know, a function on every single one. I think it's probably better doing the other method, because when we have like another coil here already and we disconnect this one, well, this case we'll have to do it that way. But there's other cases where, like, let's say I just break this one and regenerate the network. These buildings are not going to be running their big connect to everything function. Which actually, I wonder if it gets like really laggy if I add a bunch of these on the network. Just curious to see. Because I don't want to accidentally make some massive lag issue by doing this change, right? Doesn't really seem to matter. Because I know in here I am setting this to null. Because I say right here for buildings that I'm already connected to. So let's say I'm a Tesla coil, I just got destroyed. I tell all my buildings, hey, I have, you know, don't connect to me anymore. And then these other coils, they make up this force building check here. So that's going to run this on all of my neighbors. So I guess really I just won't run this function anymore, force building check, because I'm going to be calling that anyways from these other ones. So I think it just makes more sense, because right here, this line is going to cause that other function to happen regardless of anything. So there's no point in me also running this again after the fact, I think. I feel like it incurs more performance overhead. It's hard to tell if these things are real or I'm just assuming. You can see how tall those spikes are with that disabled. Then let's re-enable it. No, it's just the same. So I don't think there's any reason to call that function again. So hopefully this will be fine. I just really don't want to cause a bug. That would suck, man. I hate to do risky stuff around, like, important dates and sales, because right now the winter sale's going on. If somebody grabs the game during winter sale and the game crashes because of a bug I accidentally introduced, that's kind of a major issue, you know? So, I don't know, I gotta be careful. But as far as I can tell, it seems okay. I don't have to test any of this on multiplayer because all of the network stuff is completely server side. But so what does network changed call? Okay, so that does generate a new network. And that only happens if I've actually broken that coil. Or like it was connected to the previous coil. Starground, yeah. Welcome in, Zach. How's it going? Yeah, because if I have this... It does happen in this case where I break that coil and it tells my neighbor that the network has changed. So I am going to be running this. It's going to run all of the stuff to do all the stuff. Initialize power network. That deletes the old network. And this just calls on all of its connections. Okay. But someone out there is like, you can write a unit test for that every time someone considers potential issues from changes. Yeah, I mean, unit testing is really cool. But I feel like it's, I'm not sure if it's so worth it with video games. Because I don't know, like, it would be kind of, I feel like it would be really hard to write a unit test for this, you know? I just don't know, like, what system you would need in Godot specifically in order to, like, actually do it. I don't know. Because the thing with games, like, compared to programs, is that, like, players are unpredictable, you know? There's different ways that there's like a million different ways I could test this. Because like, what if I have like this setup and they're already connected over here and then I break it like that? Or what if I spam it super fast every single frame? Or what if I break it super fast every single frame? I don't know like how I'm supposed to test all that stuff. Then also I feel like the thing too is visual or unit tests don't like really check for visual bugs. Like they can check and make sure everything mechanically is sound, but sometimes a bug might just have to do with how something looks. So I don't know, it's tricky. I'm just like, it's one of those things I have to think about how I would wrap my head around that. But yeah, it is really cool. I'm also terrified of the effort surrounding, I know. Unity has a testing framework? Interesting. Yeah, I don't think Godot does, so. Yeah, they rely a lot on things being well predicted, yeah. And the other big thing about Starground 2, I think one of the reasons why I don't think it would be such a great idea, is a lot of things in the game depend on delta time. Like when the game starts to slow down, for example, Factorio does not use delta time. When Factorio starts lagging, your game just slows down and everything takes longer to do. But I don't do that in Starground. Like if your game starts lagging and you're like smelting something or crafting something, it'll still happen at the same like rate because I'm multiplying everything by delta time. So that introduces a whole nother variable that would just make unit testing even harder, because then things can change depending on your FPS as well. So I'd have to like, it would take so long to set it up because I'd have to test like every single different kind of, you know, FPS count, every single possible way or framing timing that the player could do something. It would get insane. I just don't think it's worth the effort for something like Starground to really make unit tests. I think I'd rather just spend that time testing for real and I'd probably get a more accurate look at whether something is reliable or not, you know? I don't know. That's always been the thing about unit tests. It is cool. I think it works great for Factorio specifically because Factorio is a deterministic game where if you do something, if you do the same sequence of events, it always happens the exact same way, right? So like, but not the case with Starground. There's some RNG to it. So I don't know. Yeah, also Gamedev's too iterative to benefit from unit tests. I mean, yeah, it just depends on the kind of game, I think, at the end of the day. I don't think Starground would benefit very much. It would be so much effort, just it's not even worth it. But yeah, I could see, though, for some games it could be good. Just making sure there's no bugs here with these. I want to make sure these guys actually get disconnected. Okay, I guess they are still connected over there. Come on. Yeah, there's a little bit of lag breaking these coils just because it's has to regenerate this massive cluster of a network. Normally, you never have that many coils like that, so... But I do want to just check this function, see exactly what is causing so much lag. So, it's just the fact that we're running this 8,000 times initialized power network. Yeah. There's probably ways that I could optimize these functions slightly. And I've thought about doing that, but I know that if I optimize them, it's going to come with the potential of breaking everything. So it's hard. Yeah, true. To probably will be something to deploy at an end state of a system. Yeah, definitely. Also observing it, so it's probably overblowing the lag. Yeah, that's another thing too. Like if I break those coils off screen, I'm sure it's not as bad. There's still a little bit of a stutter, but like this is fine. I feel like it's totally playable. If I do this inside of the center, it's I think it's partially because I'm seeing the visual reconstruction of every coil in here. That doesn't happen in normal. Nobody's ever going to do this. Like, normally what you're going to have is, like, you do have those coils somewhere, but you're only going to be seeing a small subsection of it sprawling out like this, you know? So you're just going to be like this and break a random thing in the middle. It's like nothing, you know? You don't even really notice it. And that's another thing, too, that unit tests can't really test for is... I mean, you can kind of, but is like... visual side of stuff too. I'd have to, I don't know how I would set it up to check for that. I don't know. It's complicated, you know? But yeah, breaking this stuff is fine. I don't really notice any lag, honestly, when I don't see them on screen. So I think we're fine. It's kind of easy sometimes to over-optimize or optimize things that don't actually matter in the end. So I don't want to end up wasting time on that, you know? But yeah. Hopefully we're good to go, though. I think everything's fine. I'm just, like, running a million scenarios through my head right now. I'm unit testing in my head. If there's any reason why adding this on here would cause an issue, you know? As far as I can tell, I don't think so. Yeah, just running the test on wetware. Yeah, yeah. Just running through all the, like, the mechanisms of what happens here. So this gets set to null, and then that immediately connects to the next Tesla coil nearby. So that should be fine. It's just like, hey, we're all connected, everything's fine. And then on power network change, it doesn't remove the list of connected machines. The list of connected machines is kind of like a separate mechanism from the reconstruction of coil connections. So, like, what I mean by that is every coil just has a list of things in its radius, and that's it. Like, if I add another coil onto that network and anything, it doesn't have to recalculate that list. The only time it changes what buildings are connected is if a building is destroyed or a new building is placed. So I don't think it matters if I reconnect these buildings over here before I recalculate the network. Right, so what's happening here is let's say I have this big network, I break this coil over here, and let's say that I have some buildings connected to it like this, right? If I break that, before this is technically broken, these will broadcast, I need to reconnect to somebody else, help. And then they do it immediately, probably to this one right here. And then this breaks. And then only as soon as this breaks, that causes the whole network to like update its connections and reset the node. But I think we should be okay with that. Boom. I'm sure that there's more optimized ways to do all of this. I know it's not the best way, but it's the way that works reliably, and that's kind of more important than anything else, honestly. So, hopefully we're all good. There's just so many edge cases with Tesla coils, you know, that you have to take into account. Because the reason I have to do so many checks on this stuff is like, for situations like this, where you have like a cyclical network like this, it would be super easy if it was just a branch. Like if I just had like this setup and everything just branched out in its own direction, that's like nothing. But when you get a case like this and I break this, I have to see, are these networks actually connected or not, you know? So that's why I have to do like 2 recalculates. I have to send, basically this coil breaks, it sends a message to this guy and this guy to like loop through all its neighbors and calculate its network. So, because otherwise, what if it was a scenario where this one was not connected? Then in this case, I would want to create 2 separate networks from breaking this coil in the center, right? I think given all the complexity, I feel like the system we have in Starground now runs pretty well. So I'm not super hard set on trying to optimize more. I think it's okay. But I'll be ready to fix any bugs if necessary. Should post on Blue Sky about the playtests. I don't know if I actually will post about the playtests. I kind of almost purposely want to keep, for anyone that doesn't know, and anybody that is interested, we just, I announced two playtests on the Discord server. Both for Deadlift and for Lured In. So if anybody is interested in joining those, anyone's welcome to on the Discord server. But yeah, I almost feel like I want to purposely keep those 2 playtests small. I think the idea of these pre-alpha playtests is like, I want a small subset of people playing the game so we can identify like the big major bugs, and then we open it up to a bunch more people. It's hard to say. I don't know. I mean, I could post about it, but I just wonder if, like, what is really the objective, though, with this? Do I want more people playtesting? I don't know. I guess, realistically, I don't know how many people would even sign up for that if they saw, like, the Blue Sky post. I'll definitely think about it. I'll talk to Zach, and we need to, like, figure out what our goals are. But we've got time. We've got a whole week, so. I love Deadlift. Let's go. Small sample might be better early on. Yeah. Because the thing is, we're probably going to be doing manual key distribution for this test, which can take a long time. What I want to do, though, for sure, once like the game is a little more stable, I want to do the Steam playtesting feature, and then anybody can join that. I want to like advertise to as many people as possible. So, because they have this whole, yeah, Steam playtest documentation here. You know, I'm sure you guys have seen this before where it's like, join the playtest. So this is a really good way to test stuff without having to worry about negative reviews. Because if you have a demo up, people could leave a negative review on that. But playtesting is different. It does not allow you to leave a negative review. And it also doesn't give you like a full key. So I think it seems pretty interesting. I do want to try this out. There's a lot of different settings you can enable, like how many each player gets for like inviting other people to the playtests and stuff. So I'm excited to try this out. And then there's like different kinds of like modes on this. You can do accepting new signups. Yeah, I'm just confidential playtests. Yeah, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, anyways, seems interesting. I want to do that. I'm better running playtests than Varn protection. I feel that. This is one of the reasons I want to do like this super early. I don't think deadlift or lure in are very fun right now or complete at all. But I know the earlier I playtest, the better. I playtested super early with Starground, and I'm glad that I did, because I think it just really helps shape development in a positive way. Like, people identify big design issues and stuff super early before you even realize they exist, so I think it's important. Anyways, hopefully we're all good to go with this new stuff here. I guess we'll see what happens. Yeah, those are great. I believe the keys are nullified once the test is over too, so you don't have to go through and cancel all of them. Yeah, nice. Yeah, it seems like it just makes it really easy. I think the steps, I know I've brought this up before, but ignore my little icon here. We want to start with our super early pre-alpha stuff over here. It was like the very first thing that we're doing now. Then once that's like stable or more stable, I want to move on to the Steam playtesting stuff. And then once that's over with, that's time for the demo for Next Fest and stuff. Right? And then the demo kind of becomes our playtest in a way. So I want to do all these different like filters or stages of our playtesting, because I think it's just a good way to make sure everything's okay. And then once our demo's all good and stuff, then it's time for actual release. I think that's going to be the pattern here. So anyways, I think this update of Starground's probably good to go. Seems like we fixed it, so I'm going to say in here, breaking a coil cause buildings already. Let's see, how do I phrase this? Where buildings inside of a broken coil radius would not get reattached to another coil that attached to a coil overlapping onto them, I guess is how I would describe that. It's kind of a specific issue. Yeah, the bug that we fixed is basically when you have a coil here, you already have a building connected. If you place another coil next to it like this, it'll still be connected to its initial coil that it connected to, but then if you break this one, it'll reconnect to this one over here now. Before, what would happen is it just stays disconnected, and so normally it never causes any big issues, but in very specific circumstances, it could be a little quirky. I think we're good to go. Is there any other bugs that anybody has noticed with the new Starground stuff, just while we're here? As far as I can tell, I think those were the main things. Just looking through here. I still can't get this bug fixed. I definitely think this issue is a graphics card issue. This is a suggestion. I fixed this issue, the research stuff. I can't seem to replicate this bug, unfortunately. Game just closed. Yeah, very strange bug. It sucks when there's a bug that you just can't replicate. I don't know. It's like, man. Because I don't know what else to do at that point. Like, obviously keep trying to replicate it, but otherwise if you just can't fix it, it's really frustrating. Yeah, this is the SSE. Apparently somebody's CPU does not support a new instruction set, which is too bad. So, I don't know what you really do in this scenario. I guess you have to get a new CPU. Because I don't think there's anything I can do to fix that issue. This is because I updated Godot. I think I could potentially export a 32-bit version of the game, but that incurs a lot of extra work, so I'm not sure about that yet. But it does seem like there's an emulator that enables SSE 4.2, so I'd link that there. I want to see if that works. Green guy. Snooze that ad. This bug, I don't think is what they thought it was. They're saying that whenever their smelters get refueled, it crashes the game. Which, I think I actually know what this issue was. I think it has to do with the number of conveyors on this save. Because of this super long line of conveyors, I have an inkling. So hopefully that bug has been fixed. I'll put this under needs testing. Wanted to a while, but just wanted to leave an update on this bug. Should be fixed now as of 0.15. It's likely caused belt bug that would crash the game. Oh yeah, this bug. Did I ever fix that? It's on the give command. I think I did fix that, but let's see. If you specify the recipient, give ID amount username. Let's see if this works. So give stone 1 to host. So that seems okay. I think I've since... Oh, no. That's very strange. If I specify 10 in here, it's not giving me 10. So that is a bug. I don't know what's going on with that. So yeah, it's give ID amount username, which is optional. Oh, is it because I'm doing that? ID is stone 1 host. No, that's fine. Okay, we gotta fix that. For some reason, it's not actually increasing the amount. Weird. So amount is 1. So let's see, what is our argument size here? So here it's 4. So if it's equal to 3, otherwise if it's greater than or equal to 4 right here, this is what we do. And I think it's because we're just not setting a mount right here. Strange. Let's say greater than or equal to 3 there. So now that properly gives our stone. And if I don't specify host, it should still work. And if I don't specify at all, it should by default just give me 1. Alright, I think that's fixed. That was just a simple little syntax issue. Command where specifying quantity when a player always gave 1 item quantity. All right. That's been fixed. Set the 2 resolved. Okay. Just looking through more of these. Not so worried about suggestions right now. What is this one? Oh yeah, I don't know what this one was all about. Sometimes like items could jump. I think I might have fixed this one. It's hard to say. So we had ads starting in just a minute. My apologies, gamers. Technically, this one is also basically resolved. Since I do polling now for that, I think. Set that one to resolved. Alright, ad is starting in just a minute. I think this bug has been fixed. I think I know what caused that. I'm going to set resolved on that. When splitters grabbing items from belts are not moving into them, I'm pretty sure I already fixed that. But let's make sure though. If I have that, plop a splitter. That'd be crazy if I didn't fix this. Yeah, it's fixed. Okay. Yo! Thank you so much. We must wait and see what that was about. Yeah, this was a really weird bug, I remember. It showed that, like, some weird stuff in here. That, like, it couldn't find the scene of the solar panel. I don't know if that bug was ever fully fixed or not. Interesting. Well, I think we're mostly good here. I think we're gonna export this build now. Hope that this is all stable and fine. So what have we done here? We did add the tooltips, did those. Yeah, those are good. Essentially where the research clear is not properly researching infinite researches. Essentially where mining snapping would snap to the spawn pad. That one, and then the give command. There is still some minor like balancing things that need to be done. Right now, some of the quests that get generated in the Space Hub are extremely unfair. And I am aware of that. I do want to fix them. But I need to spend some time to figure out a good way to do that. Like, maybe I ban specific items from getting included in that list. But some of these, like for gather weapons, it's like there's like crazy rolls that you can get. Like for example, Dragon Slayer for 13 coins. Yo, thank you, Ace. Much appreciated. Wrong button, I pressed the wrong button. Now I have to hydrate. That's what I meant to do. I can spam it if I want. It makes it seem like we're getting like 1 million subs, but it's not real, guys. Thank you very much. How's it going? How was Christmas? How was Crimbo? But yeah, for example, this is not fair. You shouldn't have to trade in a Dragon Slayer for 13 coins, so I kind of want to make that not happen. Grimbo was good, epic. I'm just thinking how I want to do that. I'm fine with all these other ones. I mean, I think maybe just a way to re-roll the quests would probably be the play. But I don't want people to just be able to spam it and, you know, get whatever quest they want. So I think what we're going to do is make like some kind of cooldown where you get to refresh your quest list every 5 minutes. So that if you have a really stupid roll that just is bad, you can refresh it so you're not locked with it. I don't know what happens if we save and reload the game. I wonder if the quests get reset. It's hard to say. Happy Kwanzaa. Yeah, happy Kwanzaa, everybody. I do not celebrate Kwanzaa, but... Apple. Alright. I think it's time to push this patch. Unless I wanted to do another like merged artifact just for fun. Just to sprinkle in a little more content. Nah, I think I'll do another like actual content update. 15.1 in the coming weeks. But right now I just want to get the bugs fixed. So let's go ahead and do this. So this should be 15.02. Let me go make sure that's what we're on. Yeah. 15.02. Oh, and what was this message in here? There's something in the translation. But see, shield of achievements empty. I presume on skills talking about on the translation sheet. I haven't fully filled out the achievement stuff yet. I just need to figure out what is the format for this, because Steam does have an area where you can fill out achievement translations. I'm just trying to figure out like how though. You can go in here. I think it's in. It might be Steamworks settings. Yeah, achievement localization. But like, is there some kind of template? I don't know. I can download the localization data, but it's a VDF file, whatever that is. How do I even open that? VDF. Can I open that with like Excel? And then the question is like, how do I actually export as a VDF? Can I download this, you know, as a VDF? No. So what do I do? Okay, upload a localization key values file right here. So I just wish I knew the format. I don't know. I wish there was like an example file or something. Let me look up Steamworks achievement localization. There's gotta be like an example of the file. This is gonna bring me here? Yeah, it is. Okay. I guess I can just edit them with a text editor. Let's try that, I guess. So VDF. Let's open with Notepad++ always. Okay. Okay, so it just has achievement name and then description, I guess is how it does it. But it's weird though that it shows new achievement 1 or whatever as the name and description. Is that because it should have like it should use this. I guess it's fine. It's just a little odd. But anyways, we can go ahead and then start filling this out. It's gonna take forever, but it's fine. Then I want to like, how do I do this? It's like I can make it so the column stays there. Don't I like drag it out here? Yeah, there we go. So now we can start filling all this out. Alright. Well, this will just take a while. It's really strange that this is the IDs on this. I don't know why. But it is what it is. So I guess I just edit this file. I don't know, like, how do I set it for other languages? This is going to take a billion years to edit. Because we have German, French, Italian, Korean. I think we have Portuguese, Japanese, Russian, simplified Chinese. Do we have regular Spanish? Yeah, we do. Polish. I think we have Danish. Let me double check on these though. English, Portuguese, Spanish. Here, let's go to general so I can read the comments. DE is German. Polish. We do have Dutch. I don't know if we have Danish or not. Portuguese. Filipino. Chinese, Japanese, Korean, French, Italian. Yeah, we do have Danish. Russian, Turkish, Latvian. Showing Turkish. Some Latvian in here. I'm gonna add another comment to this. I know it's Turkish. Czech. Latvian. I think I can add... Can I add additional... I guess you can't add custom languages like you can in the other one. So that's fine. We'll add which ones we can. So all those ones, we don't have Finnish or any of those. Don't think we have Romanian. We do have Brazilian Portuguese. And regular Portuguese, I believe. Well, I don't... What do you call... I know I've ran into this before. It's not just regular Portuguese. It's like... Portugal Portuguese, I guess. Let me make sure I got all these in here. Ukrainian, Spanish, Vietnamese, Indonesian. I think that's everything. So I wonder what happens now if we... Yeah, all languages. Download localization data. Okay, so this will have the tokens for everything in here. So I think what I need to do is just create a little script that'll automatically fill this out with everything, because this is going to take forever. Unless this will automatically figure out what it needs to do here. So maybe it will. We'll figure that out. But just gotta keep filling it out. We got achievement 3. For some reason, its ID is new achievement 1, 2. I really don't know what that like means or why it's like that. It's strange. Like, where does that come from? Whoa. Yeah, it's gonna complain about all these now. It's fine. It's actually nice, though, that it shows me where those are missing. So, hey, Ryan, thank you for the speen. Welcome in. How's it going? I wish I could just, like, do this. But I'm gonna have to still separate these all up. I don't think there's an easy shortcut to importing these, unfortunately. What the heck? No, it really doesn't work. Yikes. Guess I'm doing it manually. Good evening. Welcome in. Just filling out the achievement translation data really quick. I think I'll continue this later. Just get a couple in. Yeah, let's go put up this patch right now. And then we can do that later. Although I wonder if it's gonna now upload this localization data. Okay, yeah, it does fall back to English, luckily. So I think we're okay. So that'll be okay for now. Anyways, let's upload our builds. So, Starground. Imagine like I accidentally upload like a different game. That would be wild. I accidentally upload Deadlift or something. Okay. 15.02. I think that should be everything. Ugh. Let's make sure that our builds are empty. These are indeed. All right. Project, export. Export all. Boom. And then we also need to update the server, public server. So we'll work on that. So hey, welcome in. Did I ever get the multiplayer bug fixed? One where some players couldn't see the other players? Yes, I did. I did get that fixed. Thank God. It was frustrating, but basically what was happening was that for some reason when a player joined, and it's weird because it doesn't happen on regular multiplayer, only through Steam. I think it's something that some connection process that adds a minor delay. Whoa. Thank you so much, Dustin. I really appreciate that. Yeah, I got a gifted sub to Ryan. Thank you very much. Whoa, whoa. And the gifted sub to Sophie. Thank you so much for that. I really appreciate that. That's awesome. Let's go. Thank you very much for that. Much appreciated. Yeah. Round of applause, everybody, for Dustin. That's awesome. It's going good. We are just currently exporting an update for Starground. So, yeah, thank you so much for the gifted subs. I really appreciate it. Okay, so back to what we were just saying. So it incurs some little tiny delay. Basically what we had to do is just wait until, so multiplayer synchronizers have a thing called visibility. It's essentially just a list of who actually receives the data from the synchronizer. So what was happening was that when somebody joined the game, it took time for like the players on the other players to like be created for them. So the synchronizer would be like, okay, somebody just joined, immediately try and, you know, we got a hype train now, awesome. The synchronizer would just be like, okay, immediately start sending data to that person, but the character for that client didn't exist yet. So essentially all we had to do was just set all of our visibility filters to none by default, so it doesn't synchronize to anybody. And then when that person joins and the character for that person is created, it sends a message back to the owner of that character to say, okay, I can now see you, so start sending your data to me. So I just had to kind of wait until all of the players were actually fully created for everybody. That's all the issue really was. But yeah, it works. It seems like it's all good, so I'm very glad that I got that fixed because it was very frustrating. Yeah, thank you for the cheese times. Just saying, so you had to tell the synchronizer to chill a bit. Yeah, because it's very interesting once like that one person was saying, once a synchronizer fails, it just stops forever and never tries ever again. So you have to make sure that if you are going to be synchronizing stuff, it absolutely has to be like valid, otherwise everything dies. So, but we got it all worked out, thank God. Hype train, yeah, it's epic. All right, so we are going to upload these builds. We can go into here. We got these two epic little tools for it now. Open those both up. So this is the server one, and then this is the main game. So I'm just going to update the build description to 502. It'll automatically push to the experimental branch because that'll always be up to date, the most newest release one. Yeah, so now we just hit upload. Now let's see what happens. I always feel like this is gonna like fail for some reason, but so far it's been fine. You madman, Dustin. That's crazy. Dustin single-handedly incurred a hype train. Yeah. All right, it should be uploaded. So if we now go look at our Steam pipe builds, we can see, boom, it's on the experimental branch now. So all we're going to do is also make it for the default branch. And I've got to type in a funny little code because we don't want people erroneously updating the game, apparently. I think it's just a security thing. If you're working with like a big company, you got to make sure that somebody doesn't like do something malicious. All right, so that one is updated. Let's go do it for the dedicated server. Go to builds, click default, preview, set build live, another funny little code. And there we go, guys. We're live. And then the final thing that you have to do, I'm pretty sure, is you have to publish the Steam page. So we have to go in here, say Steamworks. Oops, 0.2, really publish. And same with regular Starground over here. Publish, Steamworks, really publish. And now we should be able to make an announcement.
Hello everybody, I've put out a Starground patch to fix my own bugs. I hope everybody enjoys it. Have a wonderful, happy holidays.
That's what I'm gonna say. Starground 0.15.0.1 hotfix. I think that's what I name all the other ones. Let me make sure. You'd think after I've done 5,000 of these, I would actually remember, but I never do. Yeah. Mobile Games is the biggest company in the general tri-state area. Yeah, totally. Definitely. Alright, subtitle. Search fixes. Those are the main bug fixes. Small patch. I'll just say this patch. It's not super small. Fixes some issues with infinite research, research commands, and research pop-up notifications. I've also managed to fix some other miscellaneous bugs with commands and Tesla coils. Happy holidays. Added, changed, fixed. Glorious creator, he who crushed bugs they invented. Yeah, crazy. Mobile app is at the same note on release for a decade. Oh yeah, let's see. Oh yeah, I have to do my list before I do that stuff. It's weird. And lastly, this guy. So now I can make these ones lists. Bugs fixed. Let's go. Yeah. Yeah, I feel like mobile like change or patch notes and stuff don't really matter as much because nobody ever really reads them. I like to just explain stuff in here though. I feel like it's just nice to have like, and honestly more just so for me than anything. Just so that I can like remember what I actually did for each update. Did I ever do music cassettes? I did not fully get it implemented because there's so many other bugs and stuff I had to fix, like the multiplayer garbage. But I'm probably going to do like 15.1 and add in some of the things I didn't do. I wanted to add in more artifacts and just more items and stuff in the dungeons and also probably cassettes. So I'll be doing that. But yeah. I've still got all of my list of other features and stuff that didn't get finished in here, so some of these are insanely big and complicated and won't happen for 0.1, like pets. But cassette players right here, more Caligo items, some of these things like that I want to do. And I'll probably sprinkle in more achievements and stuff with each update too. Oops. Almost called it the wrong thing. I don't want to have been embarrassing. Alright, save that. Then also, I don't know if it really matters, but every time I do one of these, I use the last update art as the banner. Because why not? That's a top priority in my opinion, yeah. For cute sidekicks. It is a fun idea. I would love to do it, just as like another little collectible for people to get. I think it would probably be something more like... I might even tie pets to like achievements. I'm not sure yet. That's why I didn't do it for this update, because there's still some unknowns, but I think I want pets to be persistent across saves. So if you unlock one of them in a save, you can bring it into a different one. It's just kind of like an extension of the character customization stuff, probably. I don't think pets are going to be doing a whole lot of practical things, but I'll have to see. Maybe they will. See now, don't show as a featured thing. Publish. Boom. All right. I should be able to go to the post. Starground hotfix. Let's go put it in here. I'll reply to this. I have now started to... I'll say I finally figured out how the translation keys would be formatted. Started to put them out on the translation sheet. Everyone laters once they are all in the sheet. Okay. Turn translation just reminded me about localization. Oh yeah, I keep trying to remember it. Yeah, localization. I guess localization is the whole process of doing translations. I guess is how you would describe that. Messaging Goofster. I'll check that in a minute. Alright, update pings. I don't ever ping anybody for hotfixes because it just seems annoying if I'm constantly adding everyone. So I'm just gonna say another patch is out now. Fixes some power coil stuff. That's a rant. Okay, I'll go look in a minute. Research and more. I'll also be updating the public server right now. Here we go. Okay, so let's go update the public server. The way that I do that is with MOBA Xterm. And I've got to go get the server files. Hopefully everything runs okay. I gotta remember my password. Uh-oh. I don't remember. Let me go get it, guys. Hold on. Don't peek. There we go. Let me type this in. Boom. We're in. Okay. So now that we're in, let's do all the stuff. So I always say follow terminal folder. First off, I need to stop the server. I can't ever remember all the commands I need for this stuff. Oh, we're out of RAM, man. Almost. God, I forgot all the commands. I should have like... I need to create a file on here that's like... tells me a little reminder. Let's make a new empty file, call it commands. And then I want to do like... what's the easy one? It's not Vim. Vim sucks. Let's look it up. Linux text editors. Is this the simple baby one? Can't remember what it's called. Yeah, Nano is the one. Thank you, thank you. I didn't realize I have a progress bar on the music overlay. Yeah, I did that a couple streams ago. It only took a second. All I have to do is just grab the current length of the song and the progress that we're at, and that's it. So it's really easy. So I want to say nano commands, and let's just put our commands in here. So I think it's like... it's like no... wish I could look at like a list of my previously ran commands so I could remember. Let me try and look it up again. Start program in background. It's like a specific, I do and no hup or something, I think. So program and no hup. Or I can't remember the exact, it was something like that. I just need to add the extension out to the file name. I can. I mean, I guess it doesn't really matter technically in Linux, but sure, we'll do that. Yeah, no hup is what I want, I think. So that's one, and then what's the command for stopping all the processes? Linux stop background process. I need to like view all of the different ones. Oh yeah, it's PS, I think. You stop background. All right, let's what is it? Write out. I can just write to commands.txt. Yes. Let's refresh. There we go. Let's delete this other guy. Let's make sure that I can actually do this. How do I... oh, exit, yeah. So I want to say... hold on. CD Starground server. I can say that server.sh and no hup, I think. Missing operand. I think I have to say no hup. No hup. Starground server.sh and... yeah, I think that's how you do it. No hup command and is the way. Oh, I forgot I can open files on my computer, then re-upload. Let's not do that though. But now I've got two Stargrounds open, so it's killing the server. So now we can do PS to stop all these. So I think I can just say kill 2783.710. Terminated. Connection terminated. Kill 2783889. Okay, it didn't work. I thought there was like another one. Was it PD? Oh god. It's really slow right now. Why is it so slow? The CPU is dying. Oh. Oh, I had a slash before the... Oh, that's why it didn't work. Okay. I forgot that you don't use slash. Wait. Oh, yeah, you just say kill. It's weird. I don't think... Is PD something? I thought it was. Oh, God, it's really laggy right now. Oh, goodness. What is going on? Stop. No. Okay. CPU is back in check. Dear God. Yeah, you just do kill on the pit number, yeah. Kill 2783714. Alright, all of the servers are stopped now. As far as I know. Is there another way to, I guess PS is what I want to use. Just wondering if there's like another one that shows me more. I thought there was a different one I used in the past, but... Nah, it's fine. Alright, I think we're good to go. So anyways, let's update the server. Build Linux server. So we want to delete some of these things. Not world data, not users. Let's delete the x86, the sh. Actually, no, don't delete the sh, right? Oh, no, I do want to delete the sh. That, sh, pck, and get rid of no hub out. And I think also get rid of the multiplayer peer now, because it's like a different kind of thing. And the SO. So we just want to keep our settings. I guess we can keep the crash log. Users, world, and I think that should be everything. Otherwise, we want to replace all of these. Yeah. Let's delete those. And now we load those back in. Boom. And then we have to chmod these, otherwise they're not going to run. So that's another command I need to go add to our commands file. We'll do that. Alright. So now we should be able to say no hup .sh and oh yeah, we had to say can't ever remember the command. I want to do a recursive 777. I think just period. Cannot access 777. Oops. How do we do it? That and then 777? No such file or directory. We're not sudo. I don't know. I just like chmodding this so I don't have to worry about. Just makes it easier. I think I have tried sudo. I thought it caused issues before, and that's why I use chmod. Why does this not work? Is it because I'm not doing capital R? There we go. Alright, everything in here is good now, so let's try our command again. Boom. Server's starting up now. Hopefully we should be good. It should give us our control again. Oh yeah, we're fine. So if I check PS now, you can see it's running in the background. Okay. So I think that's everything. go back to our commands thing now. What is it? It's like... There we go. Nano. So this should be no hup, program, and this should be chmod -R777, like that. All right. I think we're good to go. So let's go ahead and try connecting to the server. Make sure it's all working properly. Let's verify integrity just to force the update. This usually takes a while. And let's make sure. I still want to add, like, it would be nice to have the server list in the game. I do want to do that at some point. Let's see if I can connect. These two guys. Oh. It's a good sign. I think usually if you hear the background ambience started, it means that you're connecting successfully. It's taking a minute. I actually don't know if the server's fully... It should be up, but... let me check what's in NoHub. I'll add the CD. Starground server, nano, NoHub, dot out. Lost connection to server. Okay. Weird. Let's try this again, I guess. IP. Boom. Connect. I am on the right version, right? I should have checked that. There we go. Just had to give it one more shot. Alright. Day 29,000. That's crazy. Well, looks like everything's updated. Huh? That's odd. God, did I break something with the vehicles? It's possible. Let's go see what's going on. I probably broke something. Let's, here. Let's build a boat. God dang it. Okay, guys. Time to push up another update. So fun. Alright, let's go figure out what's going on. So, what is happening here? Overlap vehicles null. Rub chain overlaps if it's not a vehicle. So object is that. If it is a vehicle, so overlap vehicle is that. If not overlap vehicle, otherwise if it is overlap vehicle and object, is it because I don't say or overlap vehicle? It's probably the issue. God dang it, guys. I love missing extremely minor thing. Okay. I bet this fixes it, but let's see. Yep. It's fixed. Okay. It's so annoying. Now I gotta update the server again. Oh my goodness, bro. That's okay. All right, put these back into Starground builds. And I think we're on 0.03 now. Epic. All right. Can't believe I missed that. Oh well, it is what it is. I don't want to wait though until like the next patch, because who knows when that's gonna be. I want to put this one up so it's like I can take a minute. Oh well, it's not that big of a deal. Just gotta open these up again. Write another tiny little hot fix that's fixed one thing. I mean, that should be everything in here for the vehicles. It's just if there's a vehicle, then set it to that. I think we should be okay. All right. So it should be built now. Just gonna make sure. Windows, got all the stuff. Next server, got all the stuff. Epic. All right, 50.03. Let's upload. We're gonna speed run this one. Starground. Open up another one. Starground dedicated server. Boom. Edit Steamworks. Boom. Edit Steamworks. Builds. Builds. Boom. Shows the experimental. Boom. Default. Preview change. Set build. Wait for the text. Boom. Builds. Boom. Set default. Preview. Set build. Boom. Wait for the text. First text. 52768. Boom, boom. Failed to send SMS. Uh-oh. What? Excuse me? Does not want to send the text message. There we go. I guess there's like a little bit of a delay in between each one. 21967. Set it live. Publish changes. And we are, let me just go make sure that we're all good, but we should be, yep, 15.03. 1503, publish. Steamworks. All right, post an announcement. And this is for Starground, right? Yeah. So funny. 0.0.3 hotfix. Super small patch. Going to bed, mate. See you later. Sounds good. Thank you so much for coming in, Wiki. I appreciate it. Have a good rest of your night. Almost 3 a.m. over there. Yeah. Get some sleep. Yeah, thanks for coming in. I really appreciate it. It's an issue where vehicles were not selectable anymore. Issue with vehicles. All right. That's all good. Boom. Let's go back to update pings. Totally didn't miss a super minor issue. That is a major issue. Okay, time to go update the server again. So let's kill 278-5536, 278-5536. And we might have to kill the other one, I'm not sure. 278-5539. Terminated. I can't wait to update the server again. Alright, let's replace all the stuff. So keep world users. That's fine, that's fine. No hub. Boom. Now back in here, Linux server. Get all the files in here. Boom. Now I remember all the commands and stuff, so now I can just say no hub. Oh yeah, first off we have to run chmod. Capital R 777 dot. They're all modded. Now no hub. Starground server.sh and now we should be free to do whatever. All right, let's exit. And I think everything should be good to go. Let's go force an update. And try it out. This doesn't fix the bug. I'm going to... So connect again. Manual, boom. Hope it connects. think sometimes I connect a little bit too early. That's okay. We'll connect eventually. Anyways, I think we're done with the Starground stuff that I wanted to do. So now we can do whatever we want. Literally anything. We could play a game. We could work on deadlift. It's completely up to you guys. What do you guys want to do? Just make sure I can connect. I don't know why I have to connect once. I think I just joined too early. Let's see. Yeah. We're good. Now I can ride vehicles again. Let's go. Alright. Such a silly issue. Alright. Yeah, we could do some deadlift stuff. We've got plenty more to do. Boom, deadlift. Let's go ahead and change our stream title and stuff. I don't bother changing it on YouTube, I'll be honest. It's too much work. I'll just change it on Twitch. Actually, I don't need to bother changing that, but now it's... more deadlifts. Now, that's a more interesting title. What are we actually going to be doing? More maze decorations. Excuse me? Okay. Boom. Now we're good to go. Alright, so yeah, what I would like to do is add more things in than other than just the table. Also, unfortunately, I've been noticing sometimes the tables still are spawning erroneously. I have to show you guys what I mean. And I think I might actually know... Oh. Okay, guys, I know how to fix the bug. It came to me. I'll show you guys what's happening and how to fix it. Also, I got all the hidden stuff, like, working visually. We still need to actually connect that up mechanics-wise, so we'll be working on that. So I believe what is happening when these tables get generated in here, if I now leave and go generate a new maze, I do not think the previous tables get cleared out. So watch this. You see all those tables just floating around? It's gonna spawn a new maze and it's gonna generate new tables. So let's do that. Let's activate the... I can't see anything. There we go. So now watch this. Yeah, tables OP. Boom. Well, I noticed a lot of the items are just falling off the table, so we're gonna fix that. But yeah, look, there's there's weird phantom tables. Because I remember I was testing some stuff, and then I randomly came up on this table. I'm like, what? Why is it in the middle of the hallway? And it literally just now came to me, yeah, it's because I'm not actually clearing out the tables properly, so should be a pretty easy fix. Table gaming, yeah. But anyways, just to show you guys really quick. You can indeed, oops, hide under the tables. There's a funny guy here, but whatever, just activate him. But yeah, you can go womp, Now look at me, I'm hidden from all of the evil, bad people. So this will be a way, like, if you're already being chased, doing this will not do anything. But let's say, for example, you're exploring the maze and there's a big guy walking past that you don't want to get aggroed onto. You can just hide underneath the table. Yeah. If somebody already knows where you are and sees you go under the table, then it obviously won't work. But it's more so for, you know, avoiding the initial detection. I'm damaged because I'm hungry and thirsty. All right. So let's go into here. We are going to go into wherever we spawn our decorations. Can I collect the tables? I don't think so. I think the tables are going to go away. They're going to go away for a long time. All I need to do is just add them onto our clear group. Right here. Add group maze clear, and now they're going to go away. Open a table store? That'd be crazy. Table store. Imagine having a store that just sells tables. I'd go. I mean, if there's a store that just sells tables, they probably have the best tables, you know? That's all they do. And this is going to be the point that these items spawn on. So right about there should be fine. Except let's set that to 0. Oh, nope. Let's not do that to 0. Minus 0.5. It's not really centered, is it? I guess right there. Oh, it's because it's not perfectly centered over here. Yeah. All right. Yeah, the graphic. So this is just going to be a spawn point for the item. Now, it's fine that it's not centered. The reason it's not is because this is like the pivot point of where it rotates to, so this faces toward the wall. It'll be fine. Don't worry about it. Don't even fret at all. Thank you for the hydrate. All right. So we're just going to have a chance to spawn one item on here. And we're now going to also give it a random chance. We'll just make it a 50% chance for now. And we're just going to say, instead of global position, we're going to say this. No 3d.global position. So it should have a 50% chance of spawning an item, and it'll just spawn in the proper location now, too. So we had ads going on, my apologies. Alright. So, suppose some other things. Sorry guys, I'm eating nuts right now. I got a nut platter. I got freaking almonds. Will there be a table mimic? That would be crazy. Yeah, like you think that they're furniture, but they're actually an entity. That would be kind of crazy. Maybe for a different kind of level. I'm not really sure what this level is right now. I think this is going to kind of just transform into one of the first, like, employee levels, but it'd be really interesting to have, yeah, like, mimic enemies like that. I can imagine, like, for the grandma's house, a guy that initially just looks like a grandfather clock, but then when you walk next to him, he starts chasing after you. He grows arms and legs. That'd be pretty crazy. Yeah, maybe we will. So something I want to do is... No, I dropped my almond. That's not what I wanted to do. One of these Reese's. Okay. Let's think here. I'm just thinking what like decorations and stuff I want to do right now. Let's look at like an office. Office. Abandoned office. Of course. I don't know what this... okay, you know what? Before we just start adding in random garbage, let's actually figure out what room are we creating right now, you know? I think that's kind of more important. Because if I'm going to be spending all this time modeling, I might as well make it coherent. So let's load up Miro. See, these are some of the ideas that we have here. I guess in my head I was creating this, the concrete employee room, because that has like tables and paintings and lockers and stuff. That's kind of what I want to make, I think. So yeah, I think we'll be doing that. Yeah, let's just start with that. It seems it's just like a nice basic regular floor, you know? So yeah, we should probably start doing some more advanced texturing. Actually give it like better textures. Because what would the employee... I think they're just mainly made out of concrete. Let's open up our good pal Filter Forge. So it's an employee break room, or like the employee back room, you know what I mean? So apparently Filter Forge 15 is out now. There's cool stuff, but I'm not gonna pay $800, whatever. It's not $800. It's like $400, I think, for a permanent license, which isn't really that bad, actually. And that's for like a lifetime permanent for every update. So maybe one day I'll grab that. There's a funny texture. I don't know. It just looks nice. It's like it's got little tiles everywhere. Anyways, filters. We're gonna sort for. I guess let's just look around for like some concrete right now. I do like these distressed walls because I like how it almost has like that little border thing at the bottom, you know? I think it just looks nice. So I saw this one a long time ago and I was like thinking, yeah, I'm probably gonna use that. Yeah, we probably just want some sort of old, something like this, but not that destroyed. We don't want the rebar sticking through. That's a little too crazy. I wouldn't be completely opposed to concrete tiles, but they would have to be quite large, so we'll take a look at that. Cracked concrete floor is not too bad. It looks exactly like the concrete in 7 Days to Die. This one? No way. That's the same one, guys. I think we found it. It's definitely the same concrete. That's crazy. It's got like the little dots on this and the edges here, especially if we view the seamless tiling. Dude, this is it. That's such an obscure thing, but I don't know. To me, the concrete in 7 Days to Die is very iconic. I just immediately recognized it. That's kind of funny. I always notice stuff like that, like especially with sound effects and stuff. I'm like, whoa. I know where that's from. That's crazy though that I spotted a texture. These must all be from Filter Forge. That's kind of wild. Crazy. Never knew. Anyways, moving on. This one's not too bad, but it's a little simple. I don't know. This one's okay, but I'd have to make the tiles really big, otherwise it's going to look stupid. I mean, why not? Yeah. I think Filter Forge is pretty epic for stuff like that. This one's too destroyed. I do want to use this for the wall, because I think it would look nice. I might add a little bit of a baseboard, though. Let's keep looking around. I searched concrete, right? Yeah. We could go with one more like this, where it's like more damaged and dirty. This one's actually kind of neat. It's like designed to be a wall with like the baseboard and stuff, which is kind of cool. Maybe I should like use that for the elevator and stuff. I'll keep that one open. That one's wild. Sounds like more tiles. Actually, not 100% opposed to tiles, but we'll see. All right, let's look at what we got. Industrial wall. It's neat. Maybe we'll use it. This one could work, but maybe as a ceiling, I think. I want to experiment with this one, see if it's something that I can increase the tile size on a lot. Also, let's open up our project. Maze game. Import the tiles. Let's create a new artboard. Call it floor tiles. Boom. Up the garden path, and I think we could probably first off enable seamless tiling. Yeah, repeat H and V. Okay, so this is the maximum that we can do. I mean, it's not too bad or anything, but could do row shift. But I think I'm gonna not do that. I think it'll look a little too repetitive. Excuse me. What does this guy look like? Thank you, thank you. Sounds a little fine. Something that we do have the ability to do is to merge textures. Godot has this thing where it has different UV slots on each material. So you can go into our materials here. Let's just look at, for example, yeah, it's pretty neat. So if we go into metal, you can go down here and see there's UV2. So it's pretty neat. You can do like, I can't remember exactly where you do it. It's like, UV2. I don't remember how you add on the other texture, though. That's the one thing. But I know you can do it. I thought you could just put another albedo in here. Maybe not. But even if we can't do it normally, I will create a function that can do it. Actually, it might be in detail, I think. Yeah. So here we go. If you enable detail, what you can do is set the blend mode. You can choose which UV, and then give it another albedo. So for example, I could merge it with, oh, I don't know, this material, right? So now you can see that's overlaid on top. And it's set to multiply. You can do like mix and different blending modes and stuff. What you need to use for this, though, obviously, is not the material I'm using here, because it just completely overlays everything. You want to do something that's like transparent. So we will experiment with that right now. There's probably some kind of transparent like dirt material we can grab from Filter Forge. Could C++ by default of the old game? Yeah, you can. Yeah, like Mike, you're saying, you could do GD extensions, but I don't think it has like native support, unfortunately. But I don't think it's too bad to set up with GD extensions, I imagine. But yeah, you're also asking, yeah, Steven, how much does Filter Forge cost? There's a bunch of different like versions of the licenses here. I think I just bought like a one-time in here. I just bought this one. I didn't buy 15, obviously. I have like 11, I think. But a lifetime license for one version is $69. Nice. But there's also like this stuff. This is the basic edition, which actually might be better. I don't know if you really need this stuff. Like lets you create custom filters and stuff if you want to actually be creating your own filters. But if you're just using stuff from the library, this is much cheaper. So it's only 29 bucks and you get version 15 forever. Honestly, most of the materials I don't think really utilize anything much higher than like 10. So I feel like you'd be like, basically you could use any filter you want for a long time. It's not like these filters like become obsolete very often. So yeah, it shows all the stuff that you can do in the basic versus all these. This stuff, you can stack filters, modify filters. I think I do have professional, because I'm pretty sure that I can grab like the albedo roughness and normals and stuff. Yeah, it just depends on what you need for it, really. And then Studio's like the fancy one, which has like video and stuff, but I don't think I really ever use any of that, so. Yeah, it'd be neat. Maybe one of these days I'll buy the professional edition with a lifetime upgrade so I can keep updating it. Because honestly, it is really useful for doing 3D stuff, and like, there's a lot of different kinds of textures you can grab on here. It's not always just like hyper-realism stuff. There's a lot of textures in here that are very like stylized also. So I could see using this for almost any kind of game, really. Yeah, it's pretty fun. It's definitely a good tool. Like, instead of spending all the time to have to take these images yourself, because that would take a million years, you just go here, and they're all procedural. And what's nice about the fact that they're procedural is that almost every single texture is always seamless. So you can just get a really nice repeating texture like this in seconds, you know? You just go find it, mark seamless tiling, and you're good to go. Some textures are not seamless, but almost every single texture I've ever seen is. But yeah. I wanted to see if they have like a transparent... See, because they have stuff like this. They also have transparent textures here. So imagine I could find like... I guess I can't use this one because it's 12.0, but let's search for like dirt. Because you could find... There's probably some kind of transparent dirt texture in here that you could overlay on top. Might have to just search for transparent dirt specifically. Yeah, here we go. Like this. So I could just grab this texture. I can use this just to overlay on top. And it just adds some nice, some texture to our base material. So it's pretty convenient. So let's just try it out, honestly. Let's go ahead and export it. Floor tiles. Let's rename that to, whatever, it doesn't matter. Textures, boom. It's cool though, they're really doing a great job with the engine. Yeah, Godot developers are wild. There's always awesome stuff coming to Godot all the time. It's one of the reasons I enjoy it so much, is because I know, like, everything will be updated eventually. Even if I have a problem, usually it gets fixed with the next build, so it's really nice. Can't say the same for other engines, though, like GameMaker or Unity. But yeah, look at that. Now we can just apply this, like, separate overlay, like, dirt texture on top, and it's extremely easy. We can modify the scale and do whatever we want. Obviously, this looks terrible. But yeah. It's one thing that I really love about how materials work in Godot, because it's very easy to just add on a little bit more randomness, like this. I don't think this is the final texture we would use or anything. I think I would also need to increase the resolution of this texture a lot, because right now it's too low res. It doesn't match like the pixel size of the base material. Yeah, I think this could work pretty well. I'll probably be doing this a lot more later on, but I'll get rid of this for now. Then I'll turn off the detail layer. Yeah, there's a lot of other settings in this standard material. There's like backlighting and subsurface scattering and height maps, ambient occlusion. So, ambient occlusion is neat. I don't know how, like, I don't think I can really do this very easily with the way I'm doing triplanar materials, but it's definitely cool. Sorry, let me see if I missed a bunch of things in here. I'm on a PSX custom texture kick myself right now. Yeah, it's so fun playing around with creating shadows and lighting and textures like GIMP. Yeah, it's really fun. I've been watching like videos and stuff on that because I think I wouldn't say Deadlift is completely PSX style 100%, but there's definitely some inspiration. So it's been interesting to like watch videos and stuff about it and just kind of learn how, like, why it looks the way it does. I thought vertex snapping could be pretty cool to do in Deadlift, but it's kind of a lot of work because I'd have to make every single object have a material with the vertex snapping on it, and I'd rather just not do that. So I figured it's not worth it. That's good. I'm an Unreal enjoyer. Yeah, just been using it for so long it's default for me. That's totally fair. Unreal seems pretty interesting. I've dabbled with it a little bit. I don't know, I never really got into it very much because it's a lot. But it does seem cool. I know that you can do some pretty crazy stuff with Unreal, so I've seen a lot of Unreal projects. Why is this? Oh yeah, dynamically choose the texture. Okay, so anyways, what I was gonna do, since we're gonna be doing the concrete office rooms, let's just like, let's full dive into it, you know? Let's go open up our hallways or whatever it's called, corridors. And we're gonna start texturing these. So I'm gonna give these some material slots. Let's just start with, go one by one. We're gonna give this a slot. And give these materials. This will be floor. Then we'll have wall. Then we'll have ceiling. And I'll just give these, you know, some placeholder materials. All right, so everything's already floor. Let's do these as wall. And then we got ceiling. Boom. Just like that. I'll make one of these a different color. Let's make these guys blue. And that's all we're gonna do. We're just gonna go through and sign all those. So same with this one. Let's create some slots. Ceiling. Let's do the ceiling. Boom. Here, I'll just enable this and go like that. Wall. Boom. So this will just let us do some different textures on each of these corridors. I think it'll be nice. Eventually I want to start doing like some more interesting looking corridors. Like create a couple different random variations that could potentially spawn in just so that it's not always the exact same. But I think texturing stuff like that is going to be sort of less important for now. Obviously, real gameplay is more important than visuals, so we're going to be focusing on that stuff first. But eventually, we'll really hit texturing and visuals harder. Okay, so let's do these guys. Wall. And the ceiling. So that's all those. We can save that, and then we have to rebuild it inside of here. Gotta wait. Alright, so if we go to corridors.library source here, this has all of our corridors in here. And you can see now we have the different material slots here, right? So we're just going to focus on one by one. Want to get rid of all of our overrides. So now let's just make some materials so that we can start editing these. So material, I want a standard material. Call this office wall. What do we call this? Break room, I think is really what it is. Break room wall. So add another material. Break room floor. And one more. Break room ceiling. So now let's just copy all those. I think it should be like this. Yep. And now we can start making these look cool. So just as a little temporary thing, what we could do for the floor is just this. And then for our UV, we're going to make this triplanar. I know there might technically be a small bit of potential overhead by making these things triplanar, but one good thing though is that these textures are very low resolution, so I doubt it's going to have much of an impact, to be honest. Yeah, this is just a temporary floor. We'll figure out exactly what we want to do. I just want to see what it looks like with all the separate parts, you know? Well, let's go ahead and do that one wall, though, that I wanted to get done. So the wall was this guy. I think would look nice. So let's get this imported. And I think for the walls, I have it set to 512. So I might do that. Let's add a new artboard. Call it wall. Oops. Let's try that again. I did 512 by 12. Yeah. That's a little too small. Alright. So here we go. And I love that this just comes with all the normals and everything. I mean, look at those normals. Trying to create that myself would be so hard. It's nice that I can just grab it like that. It's easy. Yeah, I don't think there's a whole lot that we have to edit with this texture. There's edge distress. That just kind of denotes how warbly the edge is. Which actually, I kind of want to keep that somewhat low. Something like that. Edge roughness, we had it at 46. Okay, I should keep that pretty high. Might set that to 4. We got dark spots set to 6. Those are interesting. They're pretty dark though. Keep those at 8. Red spots. Same thing. Let's keep that at 8. Hue range is at 11. Doesn't really seem to do much. Lightness range. Whoa. So that's basically just contrast. We'll keep that up a little bit, but I don't want that to be too crazy. Let's go up to 12. Then saturation range, this is where the hue matters, I believe. And I don't really want that to look like that, so we're gonna drop that back to 10. Now what is edge? Okay, that's why they do include that little border thing there. Which I do like the border because it acts as like a little bit of like a baseboard thing. I wonder what... I actually kind of like how this one looks. Yeah, screw it. Let's go with this one. Okay. Export. I forgot to actually call it something. Let's change this to wall. Call it break room wall. We don't need the final, we just need diffuse bump and normal. And export. Wait for those to do its stuff. Alright, so for break room wall, let's go ahead and get this material set up. Diffuse. Let's go enable triplanar. So as you can see, it's much too small. It's 4 times too small. So to fix that, we're going to drop it, the scale, down to 0.25, and now it perfectly lines up. Like that. Make sure that on our sampling, it's set to nearest. So that's got a little bit of that pixel crunch, you know? Now, it doesn't look like I marked it as seamless, which is epic. But I think I kind of want to decrease the resolution a little bit. Maybe to 384. Now we should be good. Let's try this again. An amazing maze, that's crazy. Perhaps. So overwrite. And now you can see those are updated and a little bit more crunchy. All right. And then for the ceiling, I want that to be pretty distressed. So I want that to be, we had that one in here. It was this one, old stuff. I kind of like how this looks. It's just a very damaged kind of paint, rusty, nasty thing. So we're going to try that. Call this brick room ceiling. Old stuff. And since we're separating these textures now out into ceiling, wall, and floor, we can kind of choose to either reuse certain textures or swap them around and stuff, make certain areas use specific ones. So I think that'll be good. I think this is basically the material I want. I'll just desaturate it a little bit though, so it's more in line with the other walls and stuff we already have. Yeah, then it'll have the normal and everything with it. So let's try this out. This is just adding fluorescent lights. Yeah, I think I definitely will be adding on lights. I don't know if they're going to be on. I think we'll keep them off. Because obviously I want, you know, the game to be scary. But yeah. I think maybe an occasional light or something like that could be interesting. Oops. Put the normal on by accident. Yeah, we also need to start setting up normal maps in here. I keep the normal maps pretty, you know, light. I don't like it when the normal maps are, like, super heavy. So, let's just set this one to the same scale as the other one, like that. I like how that looks. It kind of, like, meshes in with the color of this stuff here. It's a little more saturated, but that's fine. I might export this as just a little bit of a darker color. Just drop the value of this down a little bit. That seems to just not do what I want. Maybe it's the other color that I want to mess with. What is B? Is that like my alpha? I thought that was brightness. Yeah, it's weird how these two like interact with each other. But that's a little darker. Let's try it out. It's nice how easy it is to overwrite and update these materials and stuff. Yeah, it's a little better. Alright, let's make sure the light is on so you can see our normal maps. So continuing on for our walls now, let's add on our normal. And that's too intense. I'm going to set that lower to like 0.2. So you get a little bit of normal mapping happening, but it's not so intense that it's like distracting. Same with the ceiling. Let's put that down to 0.2. That's not looking too bad. The floor we're going to change. I don't want to do the same floor as the elevator, I don't think. I don't know what floor I do want to do. I know we're considering the tiles. So we could give it a try, just to see what it looks like. Let's create a new artboard. Break room floor. Then I want to do that. Seamless tiling. And let's decrease the width of the mortar then and stuff. Tile corners, okay. Don't do any corners. Tile chaos. That's just like how much noise is on the tiles, I guess. Oh, that's like how much they're like shifted. Okay. I kind of like that. It just gives a little bit more of a randomness to the tiles, so we'll do that. Maybe decrease that chaos just a little bit. Then this is kind of like, I think a little too saturated. I kind of want to make this more of a brown than a green. So we'll swap over that. And that's okay. Alrighty, let's export. I just want to see what this looks like. I don't know if it's exactly the play here, but we'll find out. So break room floor. Boom. It's not too bad. The scale is not right. Let's give it our normal and everything. The normal on this one will matter a little bit more since it's like tiles. So I might do more than 0.2, but we'll see. 1 is definitely too strong though. Maybe we go 0.5 on that. And then we also have like bumps and stuff for all of this. I don't know if I can really do bump maps. But sometimes I use it as like the roughness channel, just to make certain parts of it shiny. And that usually works. Deadlift, yes, we are working on deadlift. I'm just doing a little bit of texturing for the corridors because I think the old corridor looked stupid. Because it was basically just, you know... Wait, sorry, I'm looking for the normal. Or the bump, there it is. Just one texture repeated on all the faces of the walls, so I didn't really like how it looked. Let's deadlift. Yeah, this is the game we're working on. Room wall. Let's get the roughness. Wall bump. I feel like this is a good idea to do this. Can always like invert these materials and stuff if I want. I can't remember which if white is rough. Now you can see, so I can like make the concrete shiny, but the parts where it's been like peeled off or whatever, I can make not shiny, which is kind of good. I do have shininess as a thing in the game, so I'll give it a little bit of shine. Alright, but this is what we're left with. Let's texture all the other ones too. Yeah, this is what we had before. I think it was a little bit ugly. This material works okay for like the elevator specifically, but I don't think it... Like, you're not going to make a building out of metal. You know what I mean? It just doesn't make any sense. So I think it looked always a little bit odd. But this looks much better now. And now that these are their own materials, I can edit these separately, right? I can mess with the elevator stuff without worrying about screwing up the entire maze. So that's the important part too. Slap these guys on. Yeah, this is only phase 1 of doing all of our biomes. We're gonna be implementing some systems so that we can have different like types of corridors and regions, right? So this is just gonna be sort of like one of the more common standard environments. This is the like employee break room biome. But we're gonna be having some more interesting stuff. We're gonna do one area that's like a meat processing plant, so it's gonna have some like more crazy things going on. Now the thing that I have to do over here now is we have to go to here or project. It's one of these buttons. Export as mesh library right there. And then we go into models, corridor library. We want to save to merge with existing. And now if we go back into the world, it should have been updated. You can see all our new textures are on there. So let's just see what the environments look like now with these new textures on. I think it should be pretty nice. Yeah, and all our textures are really low res, so I doubt we're going to have any performance issues with using triplanar mapping, which is good. And let's turn off our stupid little test light because it kind of ruins the lighting. Let's see. Okay. I think it's too dark now. So we'll probably be changing that. But definitely an improvement. I think what I need to do is either just increase the ambient lighting, which I don't want to do too much. Or we just increase the power of my flashlight, which I think is what we should do. But I'll increase ambient lighting just ever so slightly. So I think it's this value here. Yeah, we had it at 0.2 before. Oh, that's the base. I forgot I actually changed it in the code. So let's go into the code, figure out what it should be. Because I do, when we first descend down, I actually tween our ambient lighting value. Ambient light energy right here. So we're tweening it down to 003. Let's up it to 005. Then on the player scene, I think the flashlight's too dim now. So let's up our energy from 0.2 to 0.5. Let's see what that looks like. I think the game will be just a little bit more visible now. I don't want to just rely on scary equals dark for everything, obviously. Like, the game has been really very dark so far, but I want to make sure that people can still see what's going on. I mean, obviously, you're underground, it's going to be dark, but I don't want it to be annoyingly dark. Like, if we're going to make the maze super dark, then we have to make sure that the player has a flashlight bright enough to light it up. So this is much more reasonable. I'm able to actually kind of see things in here now. So I think that's all good. Yeah, I think this isn't too bad. I don't know how I feel about the flooring. I think the walls and ceiling look pretty good. I like how the ceiling kind of just meshes with that top, like, grunge of the wall, you know? It looks like it's supposed to be like that, even though it's a completely different texture. Like, you can now make out the walls is great. Yeah, I think that's pretty important. We fell down. But yeah, I think the flooring, I'm not sure how I feel about it yet. Might try some other options. So I don't like how the table blends in with the floor so much, because it's hard to, like, see, right? Where does the table end? Where does the floor begin? Yeah, I want people to be able to just kind of barely see in here when they're not using their flashlight. I might even have that as, like, an adjustable option. You know, do one of those iconic, oh, he giggled at me. You know, when you start up the game and it's like, just move the slider until the thing is barely visible. You know. Delirium. What does that say? Delirium. I think it looks like a W. Always cheat on those, I know. Yeah, I thought it said Delirium. I guess it does. Yeah, even though this is just a repeating texture, you know, you don't even really think about it repeating very often, which is good. Like, I'm not looking at this and like, it doesn't get distracting. You know what I mean? Especially the ceiling, there's no way I can even tell that it's a repeating texture. It's pretty difficult. So that's good. It looks like a W at the end, doesn't it? It definitely says Talir, and then IW. I can't tell. Doesn't feel boring when tiled? Yeah, which is important. I'll probably add another detail layer on top of these two, like we were mentioning earlier, so. Yeah, it does look like a W, I don't know. I don't freaking know, guys. Can hide. Okay, so yeah, let's look at some other floor types. Tiles could potentially work, but I feel like these just exude too much like medieval dungeon. So I want something that's a little more, I don't know how to describe it. Not medieval dungeon. Like, realistically, what would you see if you're an employee break room as the floor? And I think it would probably just be sort of a smooth concrete like this. You know, this is meant to just be a cheap, quickly built, like, it's not, nobody's going to spend the time to place down every individual floor tile like that, you know? So I think this would work better. Let's just go ahead and export this and see what we think. I like how this has like a little bit of like grain to it. I don't know how to explain. I think that's my update live. Yeah. So what's with the robots? They're just funny guys walking around. They wander the halls. Then every once in a while they collapse. That's what I'm working on. Medieval dungeon. Let's go. Carpenter, that thing that looks like wood but isn't. Oh yeah, yeah. It's like linoleum, whatever you call that. It's a little weird. I do have to make some adjustments to how the shiny stuff works here, because that seems a little bit off with the specular lighting, with the roughness here. Actually, yeah, it seems like the concrete is... So I have to invert that bump map. It's pretty easy to do that. Yeah, let's look around for like some linoleum. I don't know if it's going to show up. Oh yeah, it does. Looks like it's super wet. Yeah, we got to fix that. Linoleum. Linoleum tiles or something like that would be fine. Yeah, kind of like this stuff. I see this stuff all the time. Like those, like something you'd see at like a hospital, you know? Just those kind of like cheap, plasticky tiles. I don't like how speckled this is. I wish there was more like smooth noise dirt versus speckles. But we could always just do that with an overlay texture. Oh, that's like... There's blood. See if we can do angle. No, that's angle of the dirt. Tile shift, which makes it look like brick. It's not what we want. Tile repeat. Whether it's tiled at all or not. Let's not make this blood. Let's go with more of a dirt vibe. I don't like that I can't seem to really like get rid of the speckles though. That's no fun. Also, this only has final. There's no normals or anything. So that's kind of too bad. We'll have to keep looking around. I mean, this one looks nice. I just don't know if it has... Doesn't look like it has tiles. There's this guy. That's like too crazy. Let's just keep looking for lore. There's like metal. We could go like an industrial vibe, but this is not like a factory. This is the dungeon random. It's kind of like pseudo random. I don't do procedural room generation. But there are some things that's procedural. So for example, where the tables spawn in is completely random. Same with what enemies spawn, with what items spawn. But the layouts of each dungeon, it is random, but it picks from like a specific list of maps. That way I can just make sure that like the maps are like good layouts. So you can see there's all these different variations in here. So it feels pretty random in reality, but... Oh, it's up the public server? I have updated the public server, and it should be live right now on the newest build, which is 15.03. So let me know if you're able to connect and stuff. It's not working. I was able to connect to the server, so... I'll show you. Make sure that you are updated. Sometimes Steam like waits, so go verify your files, you know, go to install and verify integrity to force your update. But make sure you're on 0.03. And yeah, I was able to join with no issue. I did have to join, and then it kicked me out, and then I joined again. And that worked, but I'm pretty sure that's just because I was joining too early before the server was done loading. But let me try again and see what happens. If you are getting that same issue, maybe there's some kind of issue with public server joining for some reason. I'll have to look into that, but... let's see what happens this time. Yeah, it still did that. And then I think if I join again, it seems to be fine. It's public server? Yeah, there is a public server for Starground. Anybody's welcome to join. It's a personal server machine running that? oh, that's weird. I'm just not connecting anymore. Did the server crash? I just tested this today, so I know it was working at one point. Let me log in and make sure. Did I forget my password? God dang it. Hold on, guys. I gotta remember my password. Oh. Okay. Alright, we're logged in. Looks like the server's up. Let's do PS. Oh. Is it not up? But it's definitely using RAM and CPU power, so I would think that it's on. See, isn't there a different kind of PS that I can use so I can actually get a better idea of what's running? Like, Linux show all background processes. PSS? Is that what I want? No. Jobs. Doesn't do anything. But I had to say jobs dash L. Doesn't do anything. Yeah, this is not a personal server. I bought a VPS. And I pay every month for it. It's not that expensive or anything, but... oh, can I say PS-E? Oh, there we go. Now I can see everything. Did the server die? Possibly. Is there a crash log in here? Is that one from 6 months ago? Let's do nano nohub.out. There's nothing in here. Oh, no. I had to do a cd Starground server and now do nano nohub.out. It is constantly trying to unlock an achievement, apparently. Which is not right. Yeah, and it shows right here, host blah 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 has joined the game. So I did join the server. Okay, but I gotta fix that issue where the server's trying to give itself a achievement. Like it's saving the game. How do I go to the bottom of the file? Was me that joined? Oh, okay. So were you able to successfully join? No, it doesn't seem to cause any issues with the server when it tries to give itself an achievement. It's just complaining, hey, there's no Steam stuff enabled. So, I mean, the server doesn't look like it crashed at any point. I mean, yeah, that's a bug I'm gonna fix, but it doesn't, like, actually break it. See, it shows deleting player, so somebody must have left the server. I don't know why I can't connect anymore, though. That's kind of weird. Deleting. Hold on, let me copy the IP again. I don't think the IP changed or anything, right? Let me do a different name. Host 2. It's pretty weird. Yeah, because I was able to join the server. I don't know why it's not letting me join now. I gotta figure that out. I wonder if it's something wrong with just the... I might restart our server hoster. Like the actual server. The April Fool key unlock is not translating? Okay. I will write that down and get that fixed at some point. Do that. Let me go find my server. Oh, what is this? I just got a message. Oh, that's just confirming that I connected. It's nothing. Yeah, I don't know what's going on. I'm gonna reboot this server. We're just gonna see if that fixes any issues. I'm not really sure why it's behaving funny like this, but could be that I somehow have 2 servers open actively or something, you know, something weird like that, so who knows. But I'm rebooting it, and we'll get this figured out. Yeah, if I have to, I'll do another patch. Hopefully I don't have to, though, because I'm tired of it. Anyways. Flooring. I also want to do some, like, some clutter and stuff that spawns on the floors, so try and do that. Worn floor. Yeah, it just doesn't fit the vibe when it's like a fancy stone tile. It needs to be something garbage, something cheap. I mean, the flat concrete is fine, but I want more of like a fake floor. Like plastic. Fake floor. Plastic floor. Plastic tiles. Maybe one of these days I'll learn how to make my own filters in a drop ceiling. Interesting. I mean, there's these ones, but these are pretty basic. But I could probably use those. These are like those tiles that you always see on the roof, which is interesting. I'll definitely be using these at some point. I think if we added the detail layer on top, these would probably be okay. So. Whoa. Why would you do that as the height map? That just seems stupid. Invert shading, huh? Patterns. Don't do patterns. No tiles. Well, I guess it'll be fine, and then we'll put a detail layer on top. Let's just export, see what we think. I don't know if it's going to be the play, but... And not really so much worrying about how bright and clean it is. I'm just thinking in terms of texture, of pattern. I think it could work. Obviously, it needs to look dirty and messy, but there's potential. Let's mess around with it more. So let's go into here. Let's go into the break room floor. And let's enable the detail layer. Something I can actually do is just give this a procedural noise texture, right? So I can just give this a fast noise light like this. Give it a color ramp. So this will fade to transparent. This will be like brown. We can up the scale. Interpolation, that's fine. I want to make it seamless. Where is that? Or is it up here? There it is, seamless. Set that to UV2. Make it triplanar. And we'd want this to have a smaller scale, I guess, like that. Then back to this. We want to give it a fractal. Give it more octaves, like that. It's a little too, like, red. And then we can choose how much dirt there is, like this. We can make this much darker, I think. We could also throw in some, like, other colors and stuff. So we got ads starting in just a minute. My apologies, gamers. So we can get some more, like, patterns like this. And this will all be pretty procedural. Oh, so this still has that same... I guess that's fine. Doesn't really work, though, does it? Let's just turn off the normal map. Turn off the roughness. Why does it still show that? Okay, it's like not updating. It's fine. So I think this texture is like, is it sampling properly? I think so. Okay. Okay. And then we could do like, could add, which is not what, subtract, which is not what we want, multiply. I actually kind of like how multiply looks. And then obviously the base tiles are too bright. So, shadow color, is this what I think it is? Yeah. Oh, interesting. There's like a light in the center. Huh. So where's that light coming from? Is that stripe color 1? Nope. I guess that light is just like that. Weird. Obviously this looks a little silly, but I want to see what it looks like. I don't know. I don't think it's the vibe. Let's keep looking around for more concrete, I think. The tiles wasn't too bad. I just wish we could find some concrete that was more like just a little more interesting. I think I used splotchy concrete for one of the things I did. It's not too bad. I want to see what else we have here. I mean, this one's not too bad. I like that it does have the dirt on it. Wait, that's not the right concrete. This is the one I'm trying to do. There's all these different scales of things. This is probably like the damage. Okay. And what's this one? It's a little hard to tell. It's fine. Unfortunately, though, there's no way to change the color, so that concrete doesn't really work. It's super rust. It's kind of a gnarly texture. Steampunk grunge panel. Rough leather. Oh yeah, I did that for old stuff. That's what we did for the ceiling. Old iron. Metal panels. I did that for the brushed metal. I'm just looking through what we have in here. I mean, we could always go the metal plate route. The metal plates give you more of a security zone vibe, which is not what this place is. What if I just up the erosion? Whoa. Oh, I see. I mean, if we just do the concrete, but maybe a little more eroded, it might be fine. Let's just try this. And we can also keep that detail layer on top, too. Metal plates remind me of industrial areas, yeah. It always makes me think of, you know, SCP containment breach. Like the high security zones or whatever. So, yeah. I don't think it's the play. Just brick roof wall. Floor normal. Excuse me. Concrete too, yeah. I don't know. It's definitely hard. I do want something that kind of merges in with this on the side a little bit, so... which this kind of does. Maybe not entirely. So the normal map on this is very understated, so I'm just going to keep the base amount. Then we've still got that other layer on top. Which, yeah, I guess we could keep that. Multiply mode. I don't know. Let's just go see what this looks like. Texturing and stuff like this, like always, I think it's just something that needs time. I need to just keep building up the rest of the game, and I think it'll become more obvious, like, what I need. I think part of the problem, too, is I don't have any decorations at all, so it's kind of... it's always going to look a little wrong in the without any context around it. So I think we just need to focus on continuing to finish other things and then cycle back to this eventually. But I think for now this works okay. I don't know why the floor got so dark though. That doesn't seem right. Why is there a big line here? Hold up. I did make this seamless, right? Yeah. And it's on... I guess it's because it's not like world triplanar. That looks okay now. I don't know why it's so dark compared to the walls and stuff. Did I really make it that dark? Doesn't seem that dark. Yeah, I don't know what made it so obscenely dark. I could turn off the detail layer and it's a little brighter. Is that my roughness? It's not metallic, right? Keep that at its defaults. I don't know. It's just a very dark material, I guess. Reflection is a bit weird. Yeah, I have some posterization filters on top. But it's just like, if you look, it's just definitely darker than the wall, so I need to, I guess I'll brighten up the texture a little bit. And we could decrease the dirt amount a little bit. Now let's try exporting that. See how that looks. That's a little closer to what I wanted. But now it's a little too noisy, so I think I need to flatten it out a little bit. Decrease the amount of erosion. I do like that Godot lets you like preview textures in game. It's pretty nice because I can just re-export it immediately and then see how it changes, you know. It's better. I think what we need to do is tint it a little bit more like yellowy and maybe ever so slightly more eroded. Let's go up to 25 erosion. And then for the base color, I want to give it a little bit more saturation, up to 12 maybe. Maybe 13. Let's try this again. And I think the other thing that we need too is like particles or whatever. We need like little rocks and debris hanging around on the ground. We need rubble. So let's look that up. It's procedural rubble. I don't even know like how to really do it. I mean, I can do it all as a scene, but I feel like that might be like laggy if we have a billion objects around. I guess it wouldn't be that many, relatively speaking. This is for generating procedural geometry. Don't want to do that. Noise texture, yeah. But I want like... I don't know how we're going to do it. I know that Unreal actually has like a system like that for this, where it does like procedural rubble and stuff and garbage that gets placed around. I've seen Finn messing with that before, but I don't know if Godot has like any equivalent. I presume that this video is just
Welcome back.
Is showing like particles. Well, CJ Games, thank you for the follow. I mean, particles are an option, but I don't know if particles can stay around forever. Like, can I set an infinite... See, this seems like it probably is not performant, though. How does he do it? Is he literally creating a bunch of scenes? Yeah, so he's just adding in a bunch of nodes, which is going to be very laggy. We could see what, like, I don't know if this is going to work, but I could potentially add in a particle system. I can set all the velocity stuff and gravity to 0. And yeah, they do have a lifetime, but I don't know if I can set it to infinite. Right, I think there is a limit. And that's what I did, is I just set speed scale to 0. So that I can just pause the particles and they don't do anything. And then I can just give this like a sphere mesh, for example. Emission shape, we do a box. Just want to see what this looks like. So now what if we emit 128 particles? And let's give it 1 second of pre-process. So for some reason it's not generating any particles now. Oh, there we go. Oh, let's give it like 1.1 seconds of lifetime then. It's weird, it only happens sometimes. I'll use fixed seeds on these two. Actually, no. Maybe make meshes and group them. Was there a node for that, like a multi-mesh? That is true, there is the multi-mesh node. Which there is a 3D version of the multi-mesh node, so maybe this is going to be the play instead of a particle system. Because with this I can just give it a mesh that it generates. So for example, a box. And then with code, I can dynamically go through and add in a bunch of meshes. So I could just sort of track along the edges of the hallways and then have a chance for a mesh to spawn there. It's one option. So like you can up the instance count, right? And then transform format, huh? Guess we want to do 3D transforms. No, instance count must be 0. So I think that could work. Yeah, let's give this multi-mesh instance a try. Let's do some procedural stuff with it. And for now, I'm just gonna make this a torus, so it's obvious where it's spawning. But let's cut that out. Go into the world. I'll call this like rubble. And then when we generate the maze, we can try generating some rubble. So right down here, first off, we need to choose how many can get spawned. I guess we'll do that after. Love a good torus, yeah. Because I have to know how many instances I want ahead of time. That's one thing with how multi-meshes work. So let's loop through for iron. Map chords? Like this. I can say points is a packed vector 3 array. So yeah, we're just gonna try doing this points dot push back position vector 3 pos.x, pos.y, then 0. Oops. And one thing I also have to do is say this times 8. And then now here we can say rebel.set instance count. I think that's what we do. Let's see if that's how this works. Oh, dot multi-mesh. Let's try that. Set. That's all that stuff. I guess I just say dot instance count. Is equal to points dot size. And then for I in points, we say rebel dot set dot multi-mesh dot something. Set instance transform. Oops. So we want to do the index. Okay, let's do for I in range. Points.size I, and then points at index I for the transform. Alright, I have no idea if this is going to work, but I'm just curious to see what happens. Because I think this could be a good way to do it. I'm going to need to know, like, the edges of all of my corridors so that I can loop through them and stuff. We'll try and figure out how we can grab that stuff. Grab that information. There's probably some weird stuff I could do with the multi-mesh, or not the multi-mesh, the grid map node where I could grab, like, vertice information. And then basically just read it. As long as the vertice is on the ground, then I know that it's something that I can spawn onto. Yikes. Did the game crash, or is it just really slow? Nope, it crashed. So I tried to say rebel. Oh, I didn't say dot multi-mesh. That would be why. Let's try this again. Yeah, I guess this will be the way to do it. I don't know. It's a little funky, but it's doable. Whoa. Some crazy light flickering. And it crashed again, didn't it? Okay. Set instance transform. Oh, it has to be a transform 3D. Yeah. Can I say, like, get transform or something on a vector 3? See if there's something that returns a transform. Nope. Okay, so I think instead we need to say transform 3d.new. Just save our stop position or something. can I not generate a new transform? Oh, I can just say from. Okay. I guess I just do that. And then I can say that dot origin is equal to points at I. And I think that's what I want to do, and now I can pass that in. Let's try this again. Man, I cannot get this pistachio open. Wait, almost. Oh, I got it open. Okay. Here we go. I better see some Tauruses. Oh yeah, also I think our server's been restarted, so let's see if I can connect again. Oh, I think it might be that my Ubuntu version is like out of date. Says it's not supported anymore. Probably a good idea to update. How do I install OL? It's like sudo apt update or something. Yeah. Oh. Okay. Please install all available updates. I tried. For my release before updating. I don't know how to do it. Do release upgrade. I have to install all available updates, so I do that. Oh god. Okay, I gotta look into that later. I don't know how to update it. Also, unfortunately, I am not seeing any Tauruses. I don't think it has worked. Unless there are Tauruses and they're just not spawned on the correct offset. So let's fly around and see. Oh, there are Tauruses. Oh yeah, it says that their position is not equal to... Okay. No matter. Let's just do this instead of looping through map coordinates. I want to say... global.map to global position. Now I don't even have to do any weird stuff. Let's try this again. Taurus. I love Tauruses. We have indeed found the Taurus. I hope that this will be a good way to do the rubble and stuff and decorations around, because I'm trying to think of how I want to do that in a way that runs well. Because the rubble and decorations, they're not going to do anything. They're just for visual fluff. So, I think it should work. Them are some Tauruses right there, ladies and gentlemen. Alright. So, I think this will work then. I just have to obviously input the proper kind of, like, mesh that looks nice and cool, and then, you know, do the right positions, because right now they're just in the center of the room. So I guess what we need to do is, yeah, we have to figure out like what is the actual edges of the room, which is easier said than done. I think we need to... I do wonder if there's a way for me to grab vertice data or something like that. Let's look at what options we have inside of our grid map here. Bake mesh instance. See, I think that's kind of what we want. Get bake meshes, and then we can like read the mesh data. Cell data. Or just get meshes is what we want. And then with a mesh, can I somehow grab the list of vertices? Blend shape arrays, get arrays, surface count, get faces. Surface get arrays. Array vertex. Oh, well, maybe that's what we need then. So could we just say surface get arrays? And then surface ID, which is 0, because that's the floor. And that returns an array. And it's probably going to be, I presume, an array of the vertices, yeah, for the arrays, for the vertices, normals, UVs, etc. So I just want to return an array for the vertices. So is this going to be an array of arrays? I presume that's what it's going to be. All right, let's do some funny business here. So instead of this immediately, for points, we're gonna figure this out better. So here, let's just hide all this stuff for now. So we're gonna say, I just got killed. Awesome. Grid map dot get meshes. So for mesh in, that's an array. So I want to print out what this is before we do anything. It's like, I got to kind of figure out what we're doing here. Let's go to output. Let's stop printing out all that other garbage for the player now. Print. Get rid of that one, and then get rid of that one. Okay. Now, our output's free and clean. Let's go try this. I just want to see what data we're actually getting, because it's kind of hard to tell. I presume that we're going to be receiving a mesh object, but I don't actually know. So we're going to find out. Okay, so we are receiving an array mesh. So I guess that's just a thing. Array mesh. This. So can we just grab the list of vertices here? Surface get array. Add surface from arrays. Get primitive type. Mesh.primitive type. It's a little funny. So it has all this info in here. I guess that's just probably the position of where the mesh is. It's obviously not a list of my vertices here. So I think now the next thing is we can say mesh will be a type of mesh array or array mesh. Now I want to say mesh.get surface, get surface count. What do we want to get? Surface get array length. Don't know how I'm supposed to get the surface there. Maybe there's another kind of function inside of our grid map. Because we get meshes and that returns an array. It's confusing. I don't know if there's any other easier way to do this. I mean, set cell item, get meshes. I think we have to say get meshes. And that returns both transform 3Ds and meshes, which is really strange. Because you can see as it prints out here, it first sends array and then mesh immediately after that. So I think I have to say if mesh is mesh array, array mesh or whatever, and then we do this stuff. Let's rename this to like entry. And we say var mesh is equal to entry of type array mesh. Okay, so we're only getting the meshes now. It's complicated, guys. Now, I don't know what function here is what we can run to get our surface, like our list of surface get format. The requested surface. What does that even mean? Documentation's just speaking wingdings right now, guys. Surface get format. There's surface set format, isn't there? Surface set name. Never mind. Surface find by name. The first surface. There's no way that I can just loop through the surfaces, is there? Which is really weird. Okay. Surface get format. Surface index, I'll just say 0. I'll just set that to test for a second. Let's see what the heck this does, I guess. Let's just descend down and do that. Yeah, it's a little wacky. I don't know why this light flickering is also happening. That's something I gotta fix. Okay, so what did this print down in here? Ooh. Okay, I just printed this one thing many times. What's going on with the lights right now? What the... Does that have to do with our test light? What is going on, brother? What is happening? Is it just this light? Okay, it is. Somehow. What? Is it like a weird shadow thing that's happening here? Let's check in here. Bias? Oh, yeah. Nope. That doesn't really fully fix it. Transmittance, opacity. Set to 0.8. Blur. Set to 0. Transmittance bias. Reverse coal face. Normal bias. What is going on? Okay, I don't know why these lights are flickering all crazy like this now. Is it something to do with like our shaders on screen? Screen resolution? No. I don't freaking know, guys. Everything's a little weird. Huh. Yeah, let's give it a restart. Well, so let's go ahead and try and just launch our server again, I guess. So no hup. And oh, Starground server.sh. There we go. All right, Oshik, if you're here, I have restarted the server. Let me know if you're able to connect and stuff. I just did a full restart of the computer. It might have helped, hopefully. If it's still not working, I'll try and like update the server or fix that bug where it's trying to do the Steam stuff forever. I just wonder what's even causing that to happen. It's like mod API dot or global dot achievement, unlock achievement. I wonder what would be causing that. I guess it's just all the research stuff in here. So I'm just gonna add another little line on here, which is if, and then like the thing I check everywhere, server or whatever. If OS has featured dedicated server, don't try and do that. Like that. So that should fix that. But I don't know if that's even the real problem. It's hard to say. Let's go copy the IP. Come on. Connect. You can do it. Let's go. Yeah, see if you can connect, Oshik. Because, I mean, clearly I'm able to. I don't know, maybe I just needed a full computer restart. I'm gonna be hearing noises and stuff if I leave this open. Here, let's swim away so that it doesn't matter. Oh. Okay, good enough. So this is giving me a number, whatever the heck that means. It's so strange, guys. Let me like look this up. Godot get list of mesh vertices. Here's what I want to know. Mesh data tool. Is that a thing? It is. What does this do? Oh my god, can I just say get vertex? Okay, how do I use this thing? Add surface from arrays. I see. Create from surface on mesh 0. Okay. So let's just call this var tool is that dot new. Now I can say tool dot create from surface, and we can pass in our mesh. So let's try this now. Mesh. And the surface int, which I'll just do as 0. And let's keep looking at what's next here. So now I can just like do this stuff. I'm just gonna copy all this code. I'm gonna try and make this work. So I don't care about the actual mesh there. Say create from surface mesh. And then now, for I in range, get vertex count. I can say, oh yeah, get vertex. And then what is that? That just returns a vector 3. Okay. So now I can say I vertex is equal to that. Okay. And then that's it. So that should potentially, or hopefully, give me a list of points of my vertexes now. So I can just say points dot push back vertex. I might have to like offset it by the initial position of the mesh or something, but I'm curious to see what this does now. So that's going to loop through every mesh in the grid map. If it's an array mesh, we get the mesh, we create from surface, we grab our vertexes, and there we go. And then all this stuff. So let's see what happens here. I have no idea if this is even going to work, but I'm curious to see what happens. Uh-oh. Oh, it did load. Whoa. Did you look at that? Now, I believe it's adding all of these only at 0, because I'm not offsetting it by the actual position of the mesh. But I think that should be pretty easy. I think I can just say var last mesh position. And then in here, after I do all that, I say last mesh position is equal to null. Then I say elif mesh position is equal to null. and I say last mesh position is equal to entry. So now I can reference it in here. I guess I don't even need to check this stuff. I literally just say every time it's equal to entry. Okay. And then I think I can just say, let's print out what it is in each of these cases. Oh. Back to input. There we go. Ow. Hurt my tongue. Alright, so you can see all the positions that it's printing out in here. I'm pretty sure these over here, these are transforms, aren't they? So we can just grab origin. So make the world love. Thank you for the follow-up. Much appreciated. So now I'm going to say last mesh position dot origin plus my vertex position. And I want to see if this works. I just like doing it this way because it feels like it's a very like, where's my mouse? Oh, that was weird. It feels like it's just a very nice, easy procedural way of doing these decorations. Like I'm never going to have to mess with this. No matter what kind of mesh I use or anything, you know? It should just work for everything. So that's the reason why I'm, you know, spending the time to try and make this happen. Okay. Would you look at that? Seems like it's mostly working. Although, not entirely. You can see it's still not properly set for its position. I think all we have to do for that is just get whatever our global position is right there, plus last mesh.origin plus vertex. And I think that should be everything. So let's find out. And then I do have to end stream here in just a second, so. Whoa! Did you guys see how tiny those were? They went back to normal. That was kind of funny, though. Alright. But look at this, guys. We got all the edges of the corridors lined up with the toruses now. So yeah, that's pretty much exactly what I wanted. The only thing I noticed, though, is that there's no vertices here. Which I guess is just because this one only has a vertice right there and right there. So there's probably two things kind of overlapped on top of each other at those corners, which is okay. What I'll do to sort of alleviate that is just add a loop cut in the middle corridor so that it has another vertice in the center. And then we should be all good to go. Also, something I'm also realizing is that, yeah, this is only adding vertices on the layer that we choose. You know? So, since we've chosen the 0 surface index, it means it's only going to be adding vertices onto this from our floor material, which is nice. Also, I see that this is highlighting vertices that should not exist. So are those real? Let's find out. I do not see them. So that's a little funny. I mean, it really doesn't matter if the vertices extend out past the maze. Like, I don't care. But it's strange. It shows that there's, like, extra vertices. Like, along here, too. Like, what's that all about? It's normal here. But here, for some reason, it's, a little bit quirky. And like along here, this is not right. Like these vertices should be in here. It could be. Like maybe there's some weird mesh stuff that happens. Like it optimizes the shape of the mesh or something. Because I'm definitely not seeing any vertices out here. I mean, they're just not there. I mean, same with all these. I mean, I could just make sure. I could say delete loose. But yeah, it's just deleting 0 vertices. I could go into edit mode on all of these. Then say mesh, clean up, delete loose. But there's nothing. So yeah, that's a little weird. I don't know what makes it do that. Like spawn outside over here, you know? I'm not sure. Now it could be some kind of rotation thing is my guess. Actually, that's what it is. So take a look at these corridors. You see how the ones going this way are normal? So I just need to take into account the rotation of the mesh. These ones go straight and they are normal, but then as you can see, once we get to these ones, it's still in the same direction as these other ones, and that's why it's outside of the maze. So really easy fix. All I need to do is take into account the orientation of a given mesh, and then everything should be great. But yeah. Anyways, we've been going for 4 hours, almost 4 hours, 20 minutes, so we're gonna end stream. But yeah, I think this will be a really good way to add some decorations and detail, like not like furniture. Furniture I think I'll always keep as a separate scene since it needs to have physics collisions and all that kind of stuff. But for just a little clutter like rocks and rubble and wires hanging down from the ceiling and just garbage like that, I think using a multi-mesh instance is going to be the most performant. So yeah, I think that'll work. Anyways, thanks for stream. Thank you very much. Thank you for coming in. But that's going to be it. Let's go find somebody to raid. And then somebody to raid. Let's go raid. Oh, of course we got the most banger song of all time when we're raiding out. This is so sad. It's been a while since we've raided Ryan. Let's go raid him. Probably gonna get some copyright claims on these new songs, but it's fine. We'll remove the ones that are problematic. Okay, thank you gamers for coming in. I appreciate it. Feel free to grab Starground right now. It is on sale on Steam right now. 25% off. The playtest for Deadlift is available. So if you are interested in joining the playtest, then join the Discord server. Yeah, that's gonna be it. See you guys tomorrow, 3:30 MST, the usual time. And yeah, sounds good. Yeah, thank you everybody for coming in for all the Ingrid's ultimatum. Yeah, dude. Yeah, thank you for putting the links. All right, goodbye everybody. Bye bye.